ban window is the once-a-year ban window for Standard is coming up on the 30th, and if you guys were paying any attention to the recent Pro Tour, you know that the situation got a little ridiculous with respect to bans in Standard. Or with respect to the standard meta game. The top eight were all red-based aggressive decks, and literally in that top eight, there were mirrors all the way till the final. You had one side of the bracket was playing Is It Mid Range, and well, not really Is It Mid Range anymore. It's like Is It Cutter, and on the other side, you just had low to the ground mono red aggro, and so I think the consensus around the Magic community is that something needs to be done about that, but it's not completely clear what. Um, I'm interested to hear your guys' speculations on the bans because I've heard some people take it as like fait accompli that Corey Steelcutter is going to get banned, and I'm not 100% sure about that. Like, it's a rare from a recent set, and the obvious ban that everyone has been clamoring for is Monstrous Rage, which is a much lower risk ban. So I'm not 100% sure that that's going to eat it. And if it does, then it probably signals that they're going to wholesale ban an awful lot of things from around the format because they've kind of locked themselves into this window, this once a year window where if you don't get it right now, um, and you don't get it right anticipating the cards that are coming out over the next year, then you're going to just be stuck with a crappy standard for most of that time. So the pressure is high, and it might cause them to act either very rashly and liberally or very conservatively. And I'm not sure. I don't think it's clear exactly what they're going to do. But anyway, it might be the last chance we have to play some of these cards for blue white control and like uh, omniscience. We're certainly going to lose the deck as is. Whether or not they ban Omni, we're certainly going to lose temporary lockdown to rotation. So I want to play a few games of that. We'll play some of this Is It VV Cutter deck. Uh, I might be able to stomach playing some mono red, and then, obviously it's me, so we're going to play some Lotus and Pioneer. There's no reason for that other than just that I want to. So yeah, let's hop into some best of three standard ranked and play some Omniscience. I think this deck is the one that took down the PTQ in Vegas. I think. I think Omni won that. I just grabbed this from MTG Top 8. Those of you in the stream, let me know if the audio sounds okay. I'm not used to streaming on this computer, so I don't know whether the audio levels are coming through, or whether I'm too loud, or whether the music's too loud, or whether you just rather have me muted for the next 6 hours. Scarab APA, welcome to the channel. I think Corey, Manifold Mouse, not sure about Rage. Manifold's a problem. Monstrous Rage is, yeah, another problem with Vivi. That's the thing, right? Like, Red is so good right now, and the turn 3 kills are so consistent. And back when Modern was eating bans, we heard from Wizards, so Modern is a turn 4 format. We don't want anything to be consistently faster than that. That's why we ban Splinter Twin or whatever. And we don't. And that standard is like a consistently turn 3 format, which is problematic because not only do you have the red decks that are capable of killing on turn 3, but you have decks that are kind of keeping up with them. So if you ban the decks that kill on turn 3, now all of a sudden the other decks that were already okay have room to breathe, like this one. And so I think you kind of need to ban a lot if you're going to ban anything. Okay, so we're on the draw. We have double Omni in the opening hand. We have Moment of Truth. So I think this is a keep because if we find a Dragonstorm that lets us bin the Omni, we get to go off on turn 4 here. Hey, Mark doesn't tweet. Turn 1, Swamp, nothing. Philology Archaeologist is the draw. Let's play Verge. Bandit's Talent is here. Well, that's helpful. So do we play Archaeologist here, or do we play Moment of Truth? I think it's Moment of Truth because we're trying to hit our land drop, right? So this is just like a straight up discard deck, it looks like. They had nothing better to do than just level up talent. It's probably just choked on removal. Um, huh. Interesting choice between Dragonstorm and Archive here. That is actually a really interesting choice. I mean, we have Archaeologist to find gas later, so I don't think it's super uh, necessary to take Dragonstorm here to find gas. I think we just take this in case Dragonstorm misses. Because the worst case would be missing our land drop next turn, and this completely avoids that. I guess we bin the Dragonstorm and put the lockdown in the library because in a pinch, Awakening can target that Dragonstorm. Let's see what we see off of the archive. Founding the Third Path is here. I think we're just looking for dragons. And lands, obviously. So I guess that's another... I guess we're still sticking with Moment of Truth. Also, if we play the Archaeologist, it gives them a window to spend their mana on their, like, 2 removal spells or 3 removal spells that they definitely have. Ruthless Negotiation. Exile a card from your hand. Sure. I feel like it's not super necessary. Well, maybe Scroll Shift is actually really good, because if we bring back the Omniscience and they try to kill it, then we'll have that as a blowout. I'm going to pitch the... I'll pitch the Omniscience. If they had a way to deal with the Omniscience in the graveyard, we would have seen it by now. Is this standard? Yeah, this is standard. We're going to play some standard while we can. Play with some of these cards before the bans come down. We'll just take the land, and I guess Lockdown goes to the bin, and Archaeologist goes to the deck. I don't think that matters too much. Now... with Double Awakening, there's really, I don't think, any downside to going for this here. So now we'll just play the Archaeologist. They'll try to remove the Omni. We'll Scroll Shift in response. And they basically need double removal spell off the 3 swamps here. And even if they have that, we have the Awakening in hand next turn to do this all over again. Cut down, yep. Okay, well now we're golden. You're telling me they have removal, but... what? So they could have cut down the Omniscience in response and chose not to? That's kind of wild. Oh yeah, Stock Up is one I didn't talk about earlier. I don't think this card is a reasonable one to ban, but my god is it efficient. I'll take the Regent. I don't think there's any need for the big dragon. So we should just get to go off from here, I think. Alternate cost, this. I guess I'll bounce this. Okay, and now they have no removal for the Regent, which we know, I guess, there's no way to do that on the 1 mana, so now we just kind of go off from here. We're just looking for the second Regent. Yeah. Cool. Why cut down that creature? Doesn't seem like it does anything significant. Yeah, I mean, and more to the point, why not cut down the Omni in response? Like, surely that's the most important thing to kill. It didn't matter because we had the second Awakening in hand anyway, but they didn't know that. I don't think they knew that. Yeah, they never looked at our hand. Okay, so mono black stuff. This is going to get harder post board, obviously. Don't think we're into Spell Pierce. Scroll Shift seems okay. Lockdown. Maybe I want Lockdown, but I want to. I don't want any draws that are just like dead. And Lockdown could just be dead. Like, we're going to play a low resource game here, and we don't really want to do that, so any cards that don't like draw more cards or get ahead on cards in some way, I don't think we want. We know that they're going to keep some amount of removal in probably, so Archaeologist is vulnerable to that, but who cares? Get Lost. I guess like Leyline of the Void is a legal card. Grand Abolisher like turns off Ghost Vacuum, but I don't know that I care. I guess Beza is pretty good in these like card advantage games. Is it just this? This seems sensible. Is there anything else in here that's bad? Maybe like 2 scroll shifts is maybe 2 scroll shifts is a lot. Yeah, I guess like I'm a little concerned again about like Shieldred or something from them. So maybe I just want these Get Lost instead of the scroll shifts. And an Overlord or something. Sure, let's try this. I mean, this is not a very good hand, but mulliganing against a deck that like surely brings in a bunch of duresses and discard really stings. So I think we keep this. This is like one of those hand sucks keeps kind of moments. They kept in the Nightmares. So this is like just mono black. I don't know, Pixie. I think I want this as like an out to Shieldred. Beautiful. Right off the... Fantastic. Well, hopefully they play another discard spell. Because we've just told them pretty loudly that we don't have another Omni. Or we don't have an Omni in hand. Yep. Great. And now life is good. So, what could happen next turn? Do we want to play Dragonstorm or do we want to hold up No More Lies? Next turn they could have Lily. I'm not sure we particularly care. But the following turn, they could have Shieldred, and I think I want No More Lies plus Afara's Dispersal up for that. So let's lead off with Dragonstorm here. Yeah, I'll pitch this land. That's fine. Another Bandit's Talent. All right. It's a tough call, right? I think it's a choice, but obviously it's a choice between No More Lies and Dispersal. Dispersal is like reactive, or No More Lies is reactive. Dispersal, we can like tap out and then do it on a following turn. I guess that means I'm gonna pitch the No More Lies. Although I guess like No More Lies, specifically if they find Duress now, is better than Dispersal is. Okay. Don't think it matters much which land we pitch. Play mostly best of one because you're not great at sideboarding. What's the best way to get better and to choose what cards to put in your sideboards? I would say the best way is to like watch people who are good at doing it do it, and you'll sort of build up an intuition. I guess the best tip I have for you in sideboarding is that you're trying to sideboard against what they are going to try to do in games 2 and 3. So if you're up against like if you're playing a control deck and you're up against like a mid-range deck, you might not want to bring in creatures, right? Like, oh, my opponent is going to have a lot of removal, so I don't want to bring in creatures because I know that my creatures will die. But you can anticipate that they're going to know, oh, my opponent's not going to likely have a bunch of creatures in the deck, so I'm going to board out my removal spells. And all of a sudden, if you know that they're doing that, then maybe you can pivot to like a more creature-based plan. So it's kind of like this weird cat and mouse game where you're wondering, like, oh, they know that I know that they know that, and so on. Um, and also just like, even if like you don't know the format super well, yeah, even if you don't know the format super well, there are certain like general principles. Oh, you want sideboard cards that are able to deal with the graveyard. Oh, you want sideboard cards that are able to like you want counter spells if you're running if you're playing a blue deck, that kind of thing. Found our second regent, rock paper scissors principle. Yeah, yeah, basically. Okay, so now we have the infinite loop. Um, Play regent, bounce your thing, bounce my regent, get Dragonstorm back, play Dragonstorm, play Dragonstorm, and this is over. Well, it's only a matter of whether they'll make us, how much they'll make us play it out. Yeah, and they won't. But yeah, I recommend like watching people play best of three. Like there's a lot of that's how I did it. There's a lot of people who are very good at playing best of three Magic, and just listening to their thoughts while they sideboard, I think is super informative. Cool. I felt like that was a pretty good matchup for us. Like I don't think that mono black straight up discard is a super testing deck in the format. If you're looking for good best of three content creators, I love watching Jim Davis. Basically plays exclusively best of three. He was the one who got me into playing best of three. Um, Ollie, I don't know how much like dedicated best of three content he's doing these days, but he was another one who was big for me. And then if you're like into modern and that kind of thing, then I love watching Mengu. Basically, like, don't be scared of best of three. Like, understand that it is a skill set that you haven't practiced yet because you're only playing best of one. But like, you know, anyone can do it. The game is designed for it, after all. All right, so another one of these double Omni start hands. We don't have a way to discard it, but we have Moment of Truth. It's kind of like those. It's kind of like the old Growth Spiral standards. Like, oh, you have a 2-drop card draw spell on the play. Keep. Scroll Shift is an interesting one. I don't think it's what we're looking for, especially in the dark where we don't know what our opponent's doing. Turn 1 Forest. Not so many decks in the format that play turn 1 Forest. Yeah, I think we just... I guess it could be that Roots deck, the Insidious Roots deck, which I don't have a ton of experience against. Seed of Hope. Oh, is this Otters? This could be Otters. Nope, looks like it's the Roots deck. And this is a deck that, like I say, I don't have a ton of experience against, so this will be interesting. We'll have to sort of figure this one out on the fly. All right, anything we care about in here? It's either that or it's like this Beans deck that just plays a bunch of draft chaff because it triggers Beans. I don't know. We'll figure it out as we go. Oh, interesting. So we have Dragonstorm as a way to put Omni in the bin, or we have Awakening as a way to get it back. I guess Dragon's already a way to put Omni in the bin, so I'll just take the Awakening. And I guess I'll bin the Verge and put the Dragonstorm back in the deck because there's a chance we fizzle out and we want as many hits as possible. Thank you for the follow. Alright, so now we have nothing to do this turn. I guess that means I'm just going to play the Fabled Passage and try to thin the deck out. Gnawing Vermin. Mill 2. That's fine. Town Greeter, alright. Yeah, to be honest with you, I don't exactly know what's going on here. But we are 2 turns away from hopefully just winning the game. Huh. I mean, it's hard to deny that that's pretty good. What's their mill payoff? I don't know. It could be like, I know like the Roots deck is graveyard based. It runs like Tyvar. Also, like, I know there's a deck that runs like Beanstalk and then a bunch of really crappy removal just because it has 5 FMC, so it triggers Beans. So we have a choice here between just playing Lockdown and setting them way back, or going for the Throat and casting this and binning an Omni and trying to get that back next turn. And I think we're on the play. We're not under a ton of pressure. I think that's the way to go. Hey, Saritha. Good to see you. Yeah, there's the beans. Sure. That's, like, I guess, another reason to hold the lockdown, because even if we do somehow fizzle, uh, they're likely to deploy beans eventually, and we'll hit that with the lockdown. Hollow Marauder. Okay, I guess that's the payoff. 4/2, ETB, any number of target opponents discard. We will definitely be discarding a card with mana value 4 or greater. Okay. So now, is there a reason to play the Regent now? Like, to cast it? Because I think we can just hold it now, right? Now that we got the Omni in the bin. And just cast it for free with Omni and play next turn. Yeah, I like that more. Dispersal's a pretty good redraw if we get if we fizzle. All right, so yeah, I guess we're All right, I guess now we're forced more or less to do this because we just have no gas. Scroll Shift is fine. Don't need the second lockdown, but I guess we might as well also discard Omni. Regent gets shuffled back in. We should just be able to go off from here, realistically. I just don't want to fizzle because it's kind of embarrassing when you do. Let's just draw our card while we can, while we know there's no opportunity for them to blow us out. Find another Dispersal. All right, enough's enough. Let's bounce this dude and just make sure that we hit off of this Regent. Okay. Yeah, there was still life in that game. We weren't guaranteed to win. Okay, so we're up against, like, Golgari Draft Chaff with Beans. How do we feel about sideboarding against that? I think, honestly, it's very similar to how we sideboarded against Mono Black, except the lockdowns are a little better than they were before. So I think I don't like Scroll Shifts. I don't like Spell Pierce. The idea is more or less the same, just don't, like, get outvalued. How do we feel about Ghost Vacuum? Is there no way I can see their hand anymore? Like, we didn't really see any good graveyard payoffs, right? Like, we could bring in Ghost Vacuum, because obviously they care a little bit about their graveyard, but I don't think they care enough that it's worth us spending a card and mana on it. think I like Beza. I think I like Overlord. And maybe we don't need Founding anymore, because Founding is just kind of a bad card. And I don't think that we need to kill them all in one turn. I think just presenting a huge board to them is enough to win a lot of the time. So we get to replace that with a better card. And I think I want more outs to, like, Shieldred. On the draw, so No More Lies gets a little worse. I think, given that we're on the draw, I'll swap out a No More Lies for a Get Lost, but on the play, I might switch those back. And I don't think I need the 4th temporary lockdown. In fact, I guess I'll keep 3 on the draw. On the play, maybe I cut another one of these and bring in like another Overlord or Negate or something. Oh dear. Okay. When I was playing in the RC, I ran into a lot of these hands, but they were 6s, and I kept, and it just did not go my way. And I'm like trying to talk myself into doing it this time too, on 7. And I don't think we can. It's a pretty good 7. I guess I'll bottom the Get Lost. I'm a little worried about, like, they play turn 1 Hopeless Nightmare or something. We discard Omniscience, and then they play their Graveyard Hate card. So at least, like, Get Lost would have value in our hand, but Omni getting exiled kind of blows. Archive and Dispersal. I think Dispersal can go. Okay, yeah. If you weren't sure, they are definitely on, like, the just, the Golgari garbage plus Beans deck. All right, so now, interesting question. Do we play Archaeologist or do we hold up Moment of Truth? I think I like Archaeologist here. Because if we mill an Omni, then they'll feel the need to, like, deploy whatever they have to... oh, wow, all 3 of ours Dispersal's gone. They'll feel the need to, like, show their hand and exile the Omni. But if we play Moment of Truth here... Like, Moment of Truth is a more flexible card, so we want to use it later, more or less. We want to keep our options open. Okay, there's Gnawing Vermin. They mill 2. They mill a Beans. Diamond Weapon. Doesn't trample, at least. All right, let's play Dragonstorm, mill the discard the Omni, and hopefully that gets us to finding our Abuelo's Awakening. I haven't done it yet. Archaeologist, I think, is going to end up under a very large bus. Now, do you have Shieldred? Okay, there's Scavenging Ooze. So there goes Omni. They don't even give us the chance to target it, which is cute. Like, we like that. That's good for us. Now, if we Beza here, what happens? If we Beza, we will gain the life. We'll make the fish. We won't draw a card. think that's fine. Now, obviously, if they have a removal spell for Beza, we're taking some amount of damage here, but these are excellent chumpers. We'll chump with the 1/1 here because there is some chance that we'll be able to bounce our own Beza and replay it. It's kind of funny that the deck that's built around like high CMC permanents is still so vulnerable to temporary lockdown if we find it. It still hits almost everything on their board. That's a lot of damage. So if we start with stock up here, that lets us hold up Moment of Truth and something else if we find it, like the Fire's Dispersal, although all of those are gone. If we Moment of Truth first, there's a chance that we just find Temporary Lockdown as an out, and that kind of wins the game on the spot. I think I like stock up first still. Ouch. I guess Omni's better than a land. Not by much, though. And now we get to Moment of Truth. If we find Temporary Lockdown, then fantastic. Otherwise, we get to jam the Regent next turn. This doesn't do anything when it hits, right? And I guess there's some chance they play a bunch of mill cards and grow this before damage, so that's the one we chump. I guess Get Lost is kind of what we need. Been this Fable Passage, and now what? I think it's really hard to argue with just jamming the Regent here on the Dragon side. Like, bounce here, bounce here. Buys us an awful lot of time. Hey, Rob. Yeah, it's my first time, I think, streaming by myself on the channel. No, it's my second time streaming by myself on the channel since the change. It's going well. Everyone else is over at Mox right now for the pre-release of Final Fantasy. Yeah, this can't be too wrong. Opponent's a little jumpy. There's no reason to do this yet. Yeah, as weird as it seems, this Get Lost hitting the Scavenging Ooze seems a lot more important than it hitting anything else. Because this is the thing that's actually blocking us from going off. How big can that ooze get? There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 more creatures in the bin, so it can get pretty big. Okay, so I think the line is this. I think we start with Dragonstorm, bin the Omni, and if we find Temporary Lockdown, then we do that. Otherwise, before they untap, we Get Lost the Ooze. So that's 2, 4, we have 7 mana. So if we Dragonstorm plus Get Lost, that still leaves us 3 mana left over. That lets us Archaeologist. How many Fires Dispersals? There's one left in the deck, so we could even find that off the Archaeologist. Hello? I guess Lockdown after Dragonstorm kind of stink. Oh, hang on. We drew Awakening. Okay, that's even better. I almost just missed that. Almost tunneled a little too hard. Yeah, they're tapped out. This is fine. Great. Now we can just cast this and go off. You know what's funny? We can lock down and then even get lost our own lockdown to get the Archaeologist back and the Dragonstorm. Is this standard? Yes, it is. Do we attack? Oh, we don't, right? Because this has reach. Sneaky reach. I don't want to chump with the Omni in case they have an answer to this one. Yeah, like, it could be that they were hoping for us to block with Omni and then have, like, you know, Abrupt Decay or Assassin's Trophy or whatever their removal for enchantment removal of choice is. Alexa's trying to get me to buy more garbage bags for you guys by telling you they're on sale. I won't say no. Um, we are, we're always in need of, like, random studio stuff. Good job, Alexa. How's your guys' weekend going? Any 4th of July plans next week? Maybe I'll take Canada Day off. I feel like that would be hard for anyone to tell me not to do. It's weird. My American job does not give me Canada Day off. I think it's just rude. It's disrespectful of my culture. And I guess I get to watch Free Agency Day if I do that. They'd have to give you days off for each of the other 50 states, too. I don't understand. What could you possibly be implying, Yanks? What do you mean the other 50 states? I was happy to see that John Tavares signed for. Oh no, there goes our win streak. I was happy to see that John Tavares signed with the Leafs for as little as he did. I was hoping he would sign for a small amount, but I didn't expect it to be that small. I think that's a pretty good signing for them. You know, it's hard not to draw the immediate contrast between Tavares signing for 4.3 or 4.4 million a year or whatever it is versus Mitch Marner trying to go for 15 million somewhere else. I love Mitch. I think he's a great player. Shocker. But it definitely did feel like Mitch's contract in particular hamstrung the Leafs in the playoffs, and they weren't able to find anyone to build around Matthews and Tavares and Nylander. Particularly Nylander, who took like has taken less than I thought he would on every contract he's ever had. Okay, so yeah, this is the same thing I was talking about previous game. Just you have turn 2 play on the play with this deck, and it's almost certainly a keep. Especially with Dispersal, if we run into a red base deck, which now that we're up in plat, we're more likely to. Is there, like, if they play a Swift Spear, am I bouncing it? And I think the answer is no. So I don't want to give them the arena tell that I'll have a stop if they play it and attack with it. Alright, so next turn, Mountain. Next turn, what's the most likely thing? Is there a stick? No. So the next turn, like, this is probably an Is It deck then? So otherwise, it's a mono red deck that kept 7 but didn't have a turn 1 play, which seems unlikely. So I think Swift, or what's it called? Show Off is the most likely card for them to play next turn. And they might just even foretell it, or whatever that thing is called. Suspend, not suspend. Plot is the one. Magebane Lizard. Okay. Now I'm a little confused. I know this is in this was seeing play in both the Is It and the mono red decks, but this is like a really weak hand for a straight up mono red deck to keep, right? In any case, we get to play land and say go. Hold up. Spell Pierce, I guess. If they get frisky with the lizard, am I bouncing it? Maybe. That's so weird. Well, now that they can't replay it, I'm much more into doing this. I don't think we need the third dragon. Am I into another Dispersal? What's my next turn look like if I draw this? I think we can do better. Ooh. Yeah, I'm into doing this. We hold up Spell Pierce for their Monstrous Rage or whatever, and we get through all of this garbage. Jesus. No, actually, you know what? I think keeping the Dispersal might have been better. Because now we need to find an answer to this lizard. Maybe we don't, right? Maybe that's fine. Like, we just get to bounce it with the Regent in 2 turns anyway. We'll take 1 off this. I guess that's fine. Ooh, Archaeologist is actually an excellent draw. So, Awakening Archaeologist? That seems hard to beat. And now we're just threatening to win the game next turn. Because we get to play Awakening, get Omni back, then play the Regent, bounce the Lizard, and go from there. We can even Dispersal the Lizard if we need to. Dispersal our own Dragon if we need to. I think this game's more or less locked up. What? Is that stock? That seems awful. I guess maybe they're stuck on white. Like maybe this is a weird Boros-y deck. Alright, whatever. We win. And I guess at this point they're probably going to make us play it out. Or maybe they're just waiting for me to show them the second dragon. That's sensible. There's the founding. Sick. And now the wind's just on board. I mean, if they just stick around, then that means we get to see more and more of their deck. So they should probably scoop. But maybe they're playing to the Carpal Tunnel as a win con out. I showed you my dragon. Please respond. I have contacted you on your pager, and you did not reply. Maybe they're playing the old Comcast Gambit on me. Just hoping my internet dies before I have a chance to complete the combo. So this is like probably some sort of budget deck from the opponent. Otherwise, I can't fathom why they have that dragon in there. Because we haven't seen any trace of white in all the cards we've milled so far. Banking on a misclick? Like, that's the thing, though, right? Like, it's several misclicks. At this point, I have many, many ways to recover if I screw up somehow. Including the scroll shift I have in hand. I guess if I bounce the Omni somehow, that would be pretty bad. The Roast Dragon? But, like, isn't there a better Roast? Oh, I did misclick. Shit. Oh, well. That's what I get for looking at chat. But like I said, it doesn't actually matter. Are otter decks in any way viable in this meta and standard? If you are CFT suck, maybe. If you're not, no. I don't think anyone really had much success with them. I seen the bobblehead the Yankees announced. No, what is it? George Costanza bobblehead? Is it like is it the George posing nude? Or is it like just normal looking George? This is not my normal PC, so I am reluctant to click on any links. Guy probably already logged off. I've definitely been in this spot for my opponent before and been like, oh, thank God. I needed to use the bathroom really badly. And I started a best of 3 match and I'm not going to get to during sideboarding. But now I know my opponent's going to give me 10 minutes. You know, I can go, you know, hug my child or something. Do I have any good emotes? That's pretty good. Alright, I guess I'll actually play. We only have 1 rope left. Oh, they're just decked. I've already gone through all their deck. Okay. Alright, so we got to see their whole deck. Let's take a look at it, I guess. Okay. Manifold Mouse, Hired Claw, Tursa, multiple Screaming Nemesis main. Yeah, this just looks like very normal mono red with these things sticking out like a sore thumb. Was that a 20-minute turn? I don't know. It was kind of zen for me. Alright, so mono red into temporary lockdown. Spell Pierce is like interesting because it's cheap. Although their deck was like super heavy on creatures. We might not find many targets for it. In fact, did I not even see Monstrous Rage in here? I saw 1 Monstrous Rage. Just 1. So they probably had like many Monstrous Rages in hand. I'm not sure that makes sense with how the game went, but oh well. So base is great. I think I'm into No More Lies. Don't think I like the Overlord of the Flood Pits, but the Overlord of the Mistmoors is a little interesting. Maybe we want that. Founding, I don't think we need. I don't think we need to kill them in 1 turn. Scroll Shift is super slow. 2 more cuts. Archaeologist seems good. Dispersal's great. Yeah, maybe Overlord's just like the bad card in the deck because with Monstrous Rage, the 1/1s don't really make a huge difference. Probably win just by comboing them out. Get Losts are good too, though. Maybe on the draw, I don't want the No More Lies. Or the Spell Pierces are maybe worse because they're more likely to be dead. I'm not really sure. I think this is fine, though. Oh, you were playing against someone on a 20-minute turn on Magic Online. Yeah, I mean, like a 20-minute turn on Magic Online is kind of scary because of the chess clock, right? I've definitely timed out many times. Maybe that's what they were doing. They were trying to kill my clock. Or maybe they're just gone. They just had this moment of realization, like, what am I doing with my life? Commander on Magic Online. How long do you get for Commander? Is it like an hour? Or 30 minutes? Or 45 minutes? Or what? I haven't played a whole lot of Commander on Magic Online. Oh, okay. The person who's making the game can choose. Yep, looks like they're just gone. $15 per person for a game of Commander seems really rough. Like, there's just so many clicks involved. Ooh. I mean, our opponent's just not there, right? But man, I guess I'll keep. It's kind of nice. Yeah, dual commander's kind of been a thing. That's one of the great things that Magic Online did, was put dual commander on the map in North America. Oh, looks like they came back. Okay, great draw. So I was torn. I was going to play the passage on one, but I wasn't sure whether to fetch blue or white. Now we're saved from having to make that decision for a turn. Uh, Archaeologist, huh? See, if we take Archaeologist here and we play it next turn, then that turns off Temporary Lockdown the following turn. I can bin it. Unless we draw, like, exactly untapped white, but that's not super likely to happen. Ouch. No More Lies and Cavern of Souls. Name a greater duo. Alright, so what happens here if we just play Fabled Passage and search for a Plains? We take 2, 4 at least. Realistically, we're probably taking like at least 12 next turn if we don't hold up Get Lost. Yeah, I think we're just going to hold up Get Lost and hope to luck out on the white source, and failing that, we at least hold up Moment of Truth. But I think it's pretty important for us to blow out Monstrous Rage. They're just going to let us go to damage? I mean, that's great if it happens, because it means we don't have to spend the Get Lost. We can cast Moment of Truth instead. And that makes it way more likely that we'll find the white source we want. Oh man, these are tough calls. Do we want the Archive or do we want the Beza? Beza's awesome. God, this is a tough choice. If that were an untapped land, I think I'd be a lot more into keeping it because it guarantees the lockdown next turn. As it is, I think I want Beza. I guess it's technically an untapped land. So I guess we're holding up one of No More Lies or Get Lost, whichever makes the most sense. We know we're going to be able to cast Lockdown next turn, so realistically, No More Lies is probably the way to go. They won't be able to activate the Sanctuary the following turn. Okay, so next turn is almost certainly going to be Beza. If next turn is Beza, then Get Lost is probably the play now, just to preserve our life total. Oh, can't do that. I think it's pretty likely that they deploy another creature here now that we're tapped out. Which means that the base is going to make us tokens. We're guaranteed to gain the life no matter what. Some small chance that we'll draw a card off of it, but my hopes aren't high for that. Magebane Lizard, huh? Fascinating. I think it's Beza. And then next turn, temporary lockdown plus no more lies. Five toughness matters an awful lot in a Monstrous Rage meta, that's for sure. But not against bad roast. I guess that's true. But isn't like Witchstalker Frenzy just way better? Like maybe not in the general case, but in this particular deck. Is the plan here to... I don't know what the plan here is. Why do you do that pre-combat? Alright, so Monstrous Rage does what? They can Monstrous Rage plus put a counter on this. So it'll become a 3/4. And then +2, +3. So it'll be a 6/5. Yeah, we saw their whole deck last game, except like 4 cards that were in their hand. I couldn't see a way to make white. Okay. So if we temporary lockdown, that does leave No More Lies and Dispersal both up. We could try to milk this a little while longer and use these to chump block and then deploy the lockdown, which I actually think I kind of like. Because anything that they do that would trample over these 1/1s, we have the No More Lies and the Dispersal for. So I actually kind of like that a lot, which would make me Dragonstorm here, right? And that leaves 2 blue and a white for No More Lies plus Dispersal. Maybe this is greedy. And maybe I'm not supposed to leave the Magebane Lizard on and take more damage off of it. But just throwing these 2 tokens away to the lockdown seems like such a waste. See if they do anything. They only have 1 red open. Interesting. So I kept the stop on end of combat so we'd have the option to bounce this for 1, but I guess we don't need to. And now we get to do the same thing. We hold up No More Lies and Dispersal. And if they attack with this and we get the Dispersal, it's such a beating. So they're probably going to haste this up and we'll get to bounce it. Obviously, also No More Lies doesn't do anything, so... No stick. Obviously, we don't need both. I actually don't think I want either of these. I just want something cheap. Oh, the fancy watch, yeah. That was a big deal for me. I haven't worn a watch in a very long time, and I wanted an Apple Watch, but I didn't have an iPhone, and then I got an iPhone for work, so I was finally able to do it. No More Lies here, take 1, huh? Sure. Oh, hello. Somehow we haven't put an Omni in the bin yet. I'm a little concerned. The way that their auto tapper has been leaving this untapped makes me think that their hand is pretty awkward. Is it bad roast time? Did they leave those in? Obviously, like, we're in danger of just losing to multiple burst lightnings. Offspring Manifold Mouse, huh? Okay. That's pretty good. Yeah, we might actually lose this. I think we're in trouble. Yeah, I think we're going to lose this game. Because they're going to have Double Strike, and any Monstrous Rage probably just ends the game. It's basically like Embercleave. That's... yeah, could still be Monstrous Rage. There hasn't been a stick, and, like, Auto Tapper kept holding this open for a very long time. Now it didn't. The tanking here, though, makes you think that they probably don't have it. Okay, no, they have it. Okay, so if they have Monstrous Rage, is there any block that keeps us alive? Like, say we block, like, this. We take 2. Monstrous Rage here. Doesn't kill. Monstrous Rage here. They just need to get 4 through. Yeah, there's no block here that keeps us alive. So I guess we just do this. This is like the sickest slow roll of all time if they... yeah. What? I think, like, any other target wins there, right? They could have Monstrous Raged, like, either one of these. Okay, well, now we win. Okay. Yeah, Ken Yukihiro, our opponent, is not. We may still lose. Like, there is a chance we fizzle here. Nope. So did I don't remember. Did I take out Founding? I think I did. Yeah. So we can't win this turn. We have to let them untap, which means now we need to find a way to get our hand full of counter magic. Yeah, we might still lose, as sick as that is. They also didn't scoop game 1, so they might not scoop game 2 either. There's No More Lies and Afara's Dispersal, both excellent draws. And Get Lost, great, great. Now, what are we trying to construct? What hand at the end of the day? What do we want to have in our hand at the end of the day? I guess multiple dispersals. Like, if we can cash in this lockdown and get a dispersal instead, that's a little better. All right. I think that's as good as it's going to get. Dead to burst lightning. That wasn't on my bingo card, but I'm glad we found the No More Lies. Can we kill? Still no, right? So this gets them down to 7. So attacking with Omni does make a difference if they can kill stuff. Do we have any decent targets for Abuelos? Not really. What can we find? We can find another dispersal. I guess that's what we'll do. I guess it doesn't actually matter. We have 3 dispersals already. Sure, whatever. We're also on 4 cards in deck, so have to be careful that we don't surveil things away. And now we are dead to burst lightning off the top, and another Sunspine Lynx off the top. We are not dead to that. If you played Airball, your brain would hurt. Maybe that. Oh, maybe that's why people don't like playing with me. Maybe that's why people make up stories about me at RCQs. All right. Absolutely should have lost game 2 there. I think our opponent made like one of the only legal plays that didn't kill us. Count the counters. What is that? What achievement is that? You know, that green mastery card when we were playing blue-white. Put 25 or more counters on permanents you control in a single game. Oh, is this including like lore counters? I bet it is. I bet that's from looping the Founding of the Third Path. That's funny. All right, let's play something else. I haven't. All right, don't judge me too harshly. I haven't played this Is It deck. We'll give it a go, but like I didn't play a ton of Standard. I sort of qualified for the RC by accident, and decided to play the Omni deck because that's what I qualified with. And then every time like Standard came up after that, I'm like, Standard's dead. I'm not going to play it again before the bans. Surely there'll be bans, and it just never seemed worth it to really play the Is It deck. But hopefully it's just good enough to win games by itself. This is the one that's running Vivi. We get to be on the play. That's nice. Can't keep that. And we have a Pioneer hand. All right, that's fine. I think we start with Sleight of Hand. Equipped creatures will wizard in addition to its other types. When you cast a non-creature spell, and whenever you draw your 3rd card each turn, it grows. Do I want that or do I want land? I have some faith that I'll be able to find a land off this opt. That said, taking the land here guarantees that next turn we get to, like, play talent, and then we have cutter plus opt. I'm going to take the cool card. Swamp. Monstrous Rage. This might be the first time I've ever drawn the card Monstrous Rage. Alright, so Cut Down is on the menu over there. Even still... Well, I guess I maybe do want to play Opt here. Huh. Yeah, I think I actually do. I think I just want to say go here. And opt into a land, and then next turn play Cutter plus Talent. And just not expose those things to the cut down they probably had. And I should have taken the land, huh? I guess it's cutter time. That was the other thing. I think this deck is legitimately hard to play. Play talent, bounce, talent, swing. I think I just like getting on the board a little more. Is there a stick? There is. So it's their hands removal, cut down, played around that like a champion. We have another cut down. Bitter Triumph. Okay. And what did they pitch? Ardent Usurper. Demons have Menace, Lifelink, Haste. Oh. Okay. Yeah, I mean, if that gets into play, it's a problem. Except we have this town, so nothing matters. It's hard to go wrong with this, right? Like, there's a chance they get to reanimate that and it sucks. But yeah, there's 4 to the dome with cutter. Okay. So we bounce the token? Are there good targets? There's no creatures in the bin. This is just a 4/4. I guess there was a better line of doing that pre-combat, and then I'd have these 2 hasty ones also attacking. I don't think it makes a difference between lethal and not. So the worst case scenario here is what? I can't even think of one. There's no creatures in the bin. So they reanimate the bat. It's a 5/5 lifelinker. They hit the talent again. They go to 12. Yeah? Okay. Is Monstrous Rage lethal? We swing out, they block the biggest one. If I do it first, they get to block the bigger one. We get 2 more monks to attack with. So I guess it mostly cancels out. Except if I do this in combat, I get the 2 damage by bumping whichever one they don't block, and then I have the 2 creatures on the ground generated by the cutters to block with. So that's not nothing. These have prowess, so it's fine to attack with them too. Yeah, okay, it turned out that was enough. Cool. Yeah, the deck does just win by itself sometimes. Alright, so against like a mono black reanimator deck, which seems like it should be kind of a natural predator of us. I think I like the Planeswalker. Cauldron's kind of cute. Cauldron's really cute, actually. And Ghost Vacuum. So the point of Cauldron is to work well with Vivi, of course, but also it just eats their 8-drop. Unable to Scream, I don't think I'm into. Stroke doesn't really do much because the only card Stroke hits is the reanimation target, and they're not casting that anyway. Spell Pierce seems weak. Floodmaw's good. Trainer. Roll Salvo seems kind of bad too. I think we just want like bounce effects like on summons more than we want hard removal. Torch is a like small exception because it has the exile text tacked onto it. But maybe 3 is too much. Sure. Maybe I should have considered Get Out. Yeah, that was probably worth bringing in. Okay, so opponent mulls. If we keep this, then we have our draw step, 2 looks with sleight of hand, and then our second draw step to find land number 2. So we have 5 looks. Okay, that works. Ennui as a win con. I'll be right back. I'm going to use the washroom, but have fun without me. Okay. Deck's kind of fun. Has a lot of the same, like, explosive feel that Phoenix does in Pioneer. So I guess I was a little prepared, but there are some complex lines. Also, sometimes you just draw two steel cutters and they win the game on the spot. Yeah, this one, pretty straightforward. Can't keep it. Oh, God. Yeah, I also think we can't keep this. Just not enough lands in the deck to have faith that we'll hit them on time on the play. So we have to keep this. Pitch one land. Stock up seems important. Rebel Salvo is the most likely card to be dead. So we have Sleight of Hand and then stock up on 3 and then VV on 4. Maybe we find like a Monstrous Rage or something by then activate VV and... Yeah, that's what it's going to take. We also need to find like a blue source because I didn't realize both of these were Verges. Mull 5 against Duress. Doesn't feel good. So green-black. Either the Roots or the Beans garbage deck. Excellent draws. I feel like I lose to Golgari a lot this way. It's my fault for bottoming the blue source. Definitely brought this on myself, but I feel like I spent a lot of time with my deck not functioning, and then they play shitty, like, fair cards, and I die. Again, like, definitely we have a game there if I keep the Shiv and Reef on top, but Mull 5, Duress, and then, like, they had what? They had Duress into Curator, into Preacher, into Shieldred. So, like, that's probably the best that their deck is capable of against our worst, so that sucks. Okay, so... What? Spell Pierce seems kind of bad against them. Don't think we want the board wipe. Maybe I want, like... Row. Trim a Torch. Monstrous Rage maybe not, like, ideal. Rebel Salvo is nice because it hits Shieldred. They're going to have so much removal. Maybe we just turn into, like, is it mid-range? And maybe that means we just do something like... Not exactly sure. Maybe it's just this? I legitimately don't know. I feel like if there's a matchup where Vivi's bad, it's this one. So let's try that. This hand seems fine. Again, these Verges don't produce blue, which is awkward. But this time we have a land that does. I would be, I think, okay with seeing this town get banned as well. I think this creates a lot of unpleasant patterns. What does this do? Deals damage, lose this much life. Then if your life is less than half your starting life total, flip it. And it just becomes a 4/4 with lifelink. Whatever. It's kind of crazy. 2/3 death touch for 1, and I just say whatever. That's kind of the state of Magic these days. It's a pretty good 1-drop. No attacks. Kind of tough. I want to take Opt or Furnace. Furnace being bounced by this town is just so good, and it's a convenient answer to Shieldred if they find it. Dark Confidant is here. Okay, so Dark Confidant makes me want to play Roaring Furnace this turn no matter what, which makes me want to opt first. Huh. No, I think I just want land. Oh, but that does work. That turns on the blue production here. So that's great. Am I ever bouncing this? I don't think so. I mean, am I ever bouncing it on their end step? I think the answer is no. There's definitely a world where I bounce it to like push through lethal. That's fine. Our hand's pretty good. It's interesting. It felt like Cutter might have to be the take there, but like they're in such a hard place. Like this town bouncing Furnace is just such a threatening line. Okay. Yeah, it turns out we keep 7 and we win. Did their plan change, like, at all? This looks like just a plain old Golgari mid-range pile. Seeing Bob there makes me a little more interested in removal, but it needs to live a whole turn cycle, and we're just so good at killing stuff. I guess this is here not because it's a great card, although it's fine. It's mostly for the Omniscience matchup. I didn't see any removal out of them. Maybe Vivi's not so bad. They kept the creatures in too, so like fire magic seems kind of solid. I don't think I'm going to change anything. Let's just run it back. Hey Jay, no, this isn't Pioneer. I think I will play some Pioneer soon, but this is Hopefully a farewell to standard that was. I haven't played much cutter, so this is my penance for that. My chance to get some play in before they maybe ban it on Sunday. Sunday? Monday. Opponent mulls to 6. Tap land. Great. Okay. So do we lead with sleight of hand or do we lead with talent? If they have cut down, playing it next turn's inconvenient to them because they probably also have a 2-drop they want to play. So let's just get the otter out there. Has a high ceiling, and I think it's inconvenient for them. If they have, like, duress cut down, then, you know, then that's, I think, still fine. Because I think we've still, if you told me that they had those cards in hand, I'd still probably want to get the talent on the board. Okay. I'm trying to figure out whether to attack here. And I don't think I want to, because I think I actively want to keep their life total high so that this thing doesn't flip into a big dumb life linker. So I'll just play sleight of hand here. Floodmaw seems good. Next turn will be Cutter plus Floodmaw. Cutter plus Opt. If they play a Shield Root right now, we have no good answer for that. And this is another thing that we can loop with the Storm Chaser's talent. When opponent mulliganed and we didn't, these duresses are a lot more palatable. Because these 1-for-1 trades, I think, are good for us. Alright, so they took Floodmaw. Interesting, they left the Opt. That's cute. So we can bargain away and kill the knight at our leisure. We just chill. If they kill our 1/1, then we sack it to Torch to Oh, okay. Well, now we probably just kill Glissa with Torch. I think I want to keep Opt in hand, do I? Actually, I think I don't. Torch can be can be what we hold for a turn if we want to. That's kind of what we were looking for. Now, how does this work? We Torch, we bargain away the Otter, we make a 1/1, kill Glissa. I suppose that means we attack first. All right. They found the right block, that's fine. Affinity for equipment. That is an important detail that I didn't realize. Yeah, we just get in, right? No shielder from the opponent. I don't know what they kept. We can turn this torch into another 1/1, which I don't hate because it does. It is a card that we can loop with Storm Chaser's talent. So I guess they did hold a land last turn. Looking in their graveyard. What for? Hmm. It's kind of funny. I'm glad we didn't. I'm glad we didn't attack earlier in the game because then they would have been able to flip it that turn. Oh boy, what a draw. Okay. Yeah, I mean that feels like it should be one of the rougher matchups for us, but the sideboard plan was pretty good. I think, just turning into a mid-range deck that can compete with that. Okay, so it turns out that Cutter is pretty busted. Yeah, like what a messed up card. Oh, God, I don't envy people who are making the ban decisions about this card. Like it's a fun card and it's new and it's rare and people have invested in it, so all of those count against banning it. But like in a 3 year wide standard with access to quality one drops like these, it's just so good. And especially if you don't have like quality answers to it like you do in modern and to an extent pioneer. God, yeah, it's I think it's got to go. I don't know whether it will, but ugh. All right. I also saw that someone was playing Vivi in Artist Talent Lotus and Pioneer, and I wanted to give that a shot. Yeah, hand is pretty good. Let's see what we're up against. Opponent plays Fabled Passage. What plays Fabled Passage in Pioneer these days? Honestly, I don't know. It's a pretty good draw. Keep that. Yeah, we'll just play Talon here. There's a chance that it just gets removed by something. We have a lot of potential here. Our hand is all of a sudden excellent. Island. Okay. Hmm. So this could be like rogues. I think what I want to do here is untap a Lotus Field and level up the talent. That's also quite good. If they bounce this, it's sad. But if they don't, we have a ton of mana. Ouch. All right. Huh. I think we're okay. I think we can win from here. So what happens? We stage, copy, strings. Yeah, stage goes to 4 mana, copy down to 1, strings up to 6, wish for Floodmaw down to 3, bounce Narset. We don't have enough for Pour. So I guess we chill. I think we were 1 mana short of winning there. Shit. Yeah, I should have copied. Field of Ruin wasn't on my radar. Yeah, Narset kind of our worst nightmare here. Okay, so Gyreach Sanitarium is going to force us to lose a card, but it does mean that the shields are down on Field of Ruin, so we do get to copy. We just have to discard a Lotus Field, but that's fine. We kind of wanted to do that anyway. Yeah, Dimir Control is a tough one for us, just like purely because of the existence of Narset. Like blue-white control, I think is great for us. Oh no. Okay, well there goes our out to Narset. It's gonna be tricky. And Thoughtseize. Yeah, this is really hard. Take Pour. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay, so the line here is just Expedition map for Otawara. Bounce Narset on end step. Try to win that way. Yep. Hopefully they tap low here. Well, that'll stop them from tapping low, that's for sure. Do we bounce Narset here? The problem with doing that is that they just get to replay it. So how does this work? Bounce Narset, strings, make mana, pitch Lotus Field, try to find something with talent. Does it get better if I wait? Not really, right? I think we're like in very bad shape here, but this is our best chance to win. Huh. Does it make sense to tap down one of their lands? I don't think so. It's getting better all the time. Drown in the lock, you say? With 3 steps ahead. I wonder if they counter this. Dig through time. Huh. How much does dig through time cost right now? 2? The problem is if I jam dig through time, they're going to counter it. And then I won't have enough mana left over to pour. And I think I want to overload their counters, so I think I actually am supposed to cycle this Leer here. That's a really awkward draw, because it means that if we tap for red here, we only get to do one thing. Yeah, I mean, this is just going to get countered, but I think I actively want to clear out most of my graveyard because they showed us Drown the Lock. Yeah, and now this 2 red remaining is really rough. Oh, I should have kept that. I don't know what I was thinking. Because that's an answer to Narset. Yeah, it was a punt playing that. Probably. It's interesting too, right? I'm like considering playing the Vizier here, but seems reasonably likely they have removal in hand. Yeah, this Narset single-handedly won the game. I say as she whiffs. Okay. Strings, strings, strings. Yeah, I think we're just cycling Vizier on end step, trying to find an answer. Yeah. Yeah, this is nasty. Do we have access to Niv in the board here? I think the one that was running Vivi was not running Niv, and that's a problem. And losing that Leer as well, like discarding that Leer. Actually, come to think of it, I'm not super sure how we win now that the Leer and the Wish are both gone. Oh, there's 2 wishes. Okay, so we can still win. Yeah, we're just locked. I guess if they go to activate, then we can bounce Narset in response. And loot away this canal. Alright. Guess we're just hoping for them to make a mistake at this point. And they could, of course, just have another... another Flood Maw, but... Say la vie. Or another, Drown of the Lock. But we can't beat that. Nope. Great. Alright. You got me. I don't think we can come back from them casting Narset again. Alright. So Flood Maw's good, Dispute's good. Stock Up's great, actually. The Drown of the Lock deck probably does not run a bunch of graveyard hate for the opponent, right? Is it sensible to keep the Dig Through Times in? Maybe not. Maybe against Narset and like a control deck, just hoping Dig Through Time does anything is asking too much. Did they see Vivi? Probably, right? Yeah. Something like this. Yeah, this is the nightmare matchup for us, of course. Oh, God. Um, yeah. Tried to talk myself into it, couldn't do it. Much better. Yep, that's pretty good, actually. Swing and a miss. That's huge. So next turn is almost certainly Narset again, though. Does that mean I'm supposed to hold up Vizier? I think it actually does mean I'm supposed to cycle at least one of them. Because they get so much worse once Narset resolves. That's pretty good. It's a little transparent that we're not leveling up Artist Talent here, but... Huh. Is that bait? I don't think it matters. I think we need to counter it anyway. Okay, so last game, not copying before they got a chance to play the Field of Ruin kind of tripped us up a little bit. But this game, holding this up and being able to bounce Narset and then copy right away seems huge. So I think we live with the risk of Field of Ruin coming down. It is Narset. They don't minus, which is interesting. Okay, so here's how we do this then. They're threatening Mystical Dispute, so we do this first. We bounce the Narset here. Narset was your promo card for War of the Spark pre-release. That's a good one. Okay. I guess let's see if we can go off. Okay, so this is 3, 6, 7 mana. Down to 4 leveling up talent. Down to 3 strings. That plays around Dispute. Then we go up from 3. We go up from 3 to 9, which gets poor around it. Yeah, I think that's right. Right? Yeah, so we just have to remember at all times that they almost certainly have a dispute in hand here. So just don't ever dip below 3. And they're probably wondering now whether it makes sense for them to actually just cast it anyway. You can't dip, can you dab? I don't know. I need to do some more testing. I haven't tried dabbing in Pioneer. Oh, okay, great. I was getting concerned. Man, 2 mana stock up. Okay, so the wish is in the bin. We need to get to Lear and resolve it. And then we should win from there. That is not how I would have tapped that. That's interesting. Like, if they just play land and Narset next turn, then the Spell Pierce doesn't do anything. We've already discarded the Otawara, so Expedition Map doesn't have a lot of value. I think this is just what we do. Great. Actually, super low on the clock, too. So now I gotta play a little quicker. But we should hopefully be able to pull it off. Lear's gotta be in here somewhere. Right? If Lear's... Okay, there we go. I was going to say, if Lear's the bottom card, then I'm going to be very upset. Okay. Now... We're wishing for Vivi. Nope. Oh, where'd the strings go? Ugh. Now we're just out of time. Okay, good. They scooped, I think? Yeah. That was respectful of them. I'm not sure we would have been able to get there before the rope ran out. You never want to play like a deck like this on Arena? Yeah, I get myself into trouble sometimes. Hmm. Yeah, it's just tough trying to figure out what to... Like, just how low on win cons we can go. I think if we can keep Narset off the board, then we just win. But that's easier said than done. I guess we just run this back. Really regretting losing that non-game in game one. Hand's great. I mean, no answer to Narset directly, but Sock Up doesn't draw cards. And now I kind of just have to fly. Sure. Consider top. This is a slow answer to Narset. But... yeah. Sick. Okay. That's great news for us. They probably thought that we were stuck on land, and so they negated it. There's Narset. Yeah, I mean... that's going to be tough to beat. Unmoored Ego. Shit. Oh, that's so awkward. So now we have to play Lotus this turn. And we can't Vizier cycle it without losing a card. Can't consider main phase. Oh, that's just gross. Okay. Yeah, we were forced to play Lotus Field there because of the Ego. Narset whiffs, which is helpful. They cast Ego anyway. Hopefully they name like Vivi. Okay. Talent is a fine name. It makes our life a lot harder, but at least we still have ways to win the game. They like cast on Mordigo without even really thinking twice about it, which makes me think that they have Mystical Dispute here. When I'm done with my shenanigans. Yeah. Cling to dust. Sure. Okay. That's two significant problems. I guess that finds Odawara. I can't cycle. I guess it's poor. So what happens here if I strings? So we're at 3 mana. Strings gets me up to 7. Strings again gets me to 11. Map for Odawara is down to 9. Odawara Bounce Narset is down to 5. We get to pour. Shieldred's in play. We take 6. We have 6 mana left after that. Any extra mana there. Yeah, then we have Vizier. Untap Leer. I think that's a better. I think that's more likely to win than letting them untap. Actually, if I Leer first, how's that? 7 down to 2 with Leer. Yeah, that's better. And it also Leer being in play also makes the Odawara one cheaper. Okay. And now I think we're in the driver's seat. It's a little tough without artist talent, to be sure. Sideboard. Now we can go for Vivi, maybe? Not super easily. Yeah, losing the talent makes this tricky. There we go. So we have 7 mana here. VV brings us down to 4, Vizier up to 5, and then pour from there. Yeah, we got him. Not now, phone. How many cards do we have in deck? 14. I think we're there. We just need to go fast. Oh, man. Alright. I guess we just chill. I don't think I can... Discard 7 cards. Oh, shit. Okay, now we have to do 12 spells in 40 seconds. Dispute. I can't dispute, but I might as well. It's uncounterable. Shit. Okay, you know what? I'm going to count that as a win anyway. Because I think we massively outplayed our opponent there. And if it weren't for Arena jumping around and making me cast other things that I meant to click, I think we were pretty comfortably there. Like, in paper, that's an easy win. So I'm going to give myself credit for that. Count it as a win or add to my repressed memories? I mean, those are full. There's no room at the end for more repressed memories. Alright, let's try something more normal. Let's play the... Actually, let's play Blue White Control. I haven't played Control in a very long time, and I kind of want to. That's why you need to learn to smash memories down so you can add more. Isn't that like the plot of Inside Out 2? Oh, yeah. Look at that. That's pretty. Oh. Okay. So it looks like we got a good old blue-white control mirror. You don't know what that is? Inside Out 2 is like probably one of my favorite movies, maybe ever, but certainly of this year. Field of Ruin. So if I play the Fountain Port here, they crack Field of Ruin on end step. We float. Do we have... We must have more basics, yeah. Then that lets us flash in the Wandering Emperor on our end step at the cost of the Fountain Port, but the Fountain Port's already as good as dead when they have Field of Ruin anyway. So maybe we can bait them here. Just deduce, huh? That's fine. So they likely have a Wandering Emperor here of their own. So I think we just say go here. If they cast the Wandering Emperor... Oh, they're just going to crack the clue? That's fine. I was going to say, if they cast the Wandering Emperor, then we can get lost, and then if they jam Teferi, we have the No More Lies. So this represents very strongly No More Lies, of course. The careful taps. So if I jam Emperor here, what happens? They could have double No More Lies. That's like a very plausible thing. We could instead Fountain Port make a fish. There's a not unreasonable chance that we have to go to discard next turn, though. So I think I'm just going to cast this and get it No More Lies. And that's just something we'll be okay with. Okay. So we have 4 mana here. Do we just jam the Beza? If we jam the Beza, then they can just cast Teferi with no issue next turn. I think we just have to chill. And if they don't cast Teferi, then we can use the Fountain Port. Start making some progress that way. Okay. Okay, so 5 mana. Still a little bit awkward. Guess we just get in. Not jamming Teferi into this. Are we buying Yorion? That doesn't seem super productive. And it does mean that if they cast Teferi with No More Lies up next turn, then we won't have the mana to pay. So I think we just say go. Opponent's playing patiently, which makes a lot of sense. Huh. Base is just really sad here, right? They might no more lies it. That's a possibility. And then what? They play Teferi. We no more lies. They no more lies back. They untap. We get lost to Fairy. But if they do all of that, then Beza can put pressure onto Fairy. So I think that makes this the right play. That's true, actually. I didn't realize that we would get the treasure. I don't think that helps much, but... I mean, it doesn't help this turn with this line, but it's definitely nice. These castles versus... Like, these castles being able to activate on end step versus ours being proactive during our combat step are a pretty big difference in the game so far. Top is terrifying. Them saying go, less so. It's a reasonable draw. Let's see if they flash in an Emperor. Doesn't look like it. Just have to be patient. That's a good one. So, next turn they have 10 mana, which means that they could double Teferi. Let's attack. I'm trying to bait them into activating the Hall here and eating the Beza. They say no. Alright, just say go. And pitch a temp lockdown. We are way behind, of course, just because they've been making their land drops and we haven't. I guess I should have held the Field of Ruin if I'm trying to get them to block with the Hall. Okay. So here's hoping they do go for the double Teferi play now. They don't. I actively want to draw lands, so I think I don't crack the Field of Ruin. They have too many lands to usefully hit anyway. Omen's a good draw. Now I think we stay home. Just keep this around as a chump blocker for the Hall. Yeah, and we're never getting through this set of 1/1s, like this endless stream of 1/1s. Anyway. Yeah, those are both excellent. Wow. Would love to no more lies that, but it would cost both no more lies and veto, and veto is like by far the most important card to us right now. Yeah, you're gonna let us cash this in? Sick. It's almost a little sad that when we cast Omen that the top two cards were Narset and Memory Deluge, because we really want to hit our land drops, but I don't think you can sanely bottom either of those two cards. You've had first veto, yes. I just cash this in. Okay. And I guess we're pitching a change the equation and a lockdown. Top, you say. There's 10. There's mana number 10, so that's double to fairy. Wow, okay, so we get to get our 2 lands here. I'm into it. Man, this is a boring game. I think we're kind of priced into casting this now. Like, it sucks that it gives some of their no more lies life, but I don't want to go to discard. and it does make it a little easier to land our Teferis, which is what actually matters. We've gone through 2 Wandering Emperors. Am I going to get away with flashing back Deluge? Just neither of us can make any real progress here. I feel like this hull is not super great when they have their own Field of Ruin. Okay. Yeah, that's one I don't think we tolerate. Vietnam. Yeah, I I am like 2/3 of the way through Clair Obscur, and I am just absolutely loving it. Veto. Yeah. Precious, precious Veto. Still 2 left in the deck on top of the 1 in the hand, though. Now's the time to buy Orion, probably. I guess... I guess I should have let this resolve first, because now, if I want to keep both on top, I lose one of them to the Field of Ruin shuffle. But luckily, I don't want either of those. When's the list go live? The bands? I think they go live at 8 a.m. PT on Monday. Wonder if our Yorion resolves. It might. How was Vegas? Vegas was great, actually. I think that was my favorite MagicCon I've ever been to. I love going to Vegas in general. I think it was just a much more relaxed one than I'm used to. There's like actual 3 steps ahead. Wasn't sure they would have hard counters available. All right, we just have to let that go. It was your first? How was it for you? That's much more important. I've been to too many of these. If they top, we do have the option to field them. But I think this field is pretty important to make sure we don't just get domed for 7. You met Joe in line. It was great. I don't understand. How do those two things go together? Alright, let's see if Narset touches the board. She does. Met Joe Cherry is in line for TOA sell. Yeah, Joe was selling a bunch of cards, I think. We were what? We were playing blackjack with the money later. $41 cards to their 24. And maybe more importantly, we have 15 minutes to their 21. I didn't know they had like this crazy guitar solo in Clair Obscur. Honestly, these are like both pretty good. All right. At some point, temporary lockdown becomes pretty juicy. No attacks. You know what? Sure. Great. Okay. Another veto. Sick. Let's fire up the anchorage and see what happens. Yep, that's fine. You got it. I feel like both of our hands just have to be like 3 or 4 Teferi's. Keep it going. Maybe that was greedy. Maybe there was no need for that. I think now's the time to kill it. It may also be out of basics. Seems unlikely. Actually, just chill. Weird as that seems. Supreme Verdict all of a sudden, like, pretty good now that they need to... Now they need to make some progress. I think I'm, like, okay with Narset, actually. Was not expecting the Narset go. Definitely should have cast this on end step. But I don't think we actually need to... I don't think we actually need to do anything here. We just need to not die. Eventually they will deck. We have the answers for just about everything they could do. If they're not minusing Narset, then they're topping everything with Archive. They're not swinging either. They, like, kind of have to do that. Let's see. Does this resolve? No. How many vetoes is that? One. Okay. Yeah, your go. At this point, like, they've scryed so much they know the exact order of their deck. I guess I live in some fear, like the tiniest bit of fear of their own Supreme Verdict. Destroy evil. You may destroy my Omen of the Sea. That is fine with me. $12 cards. Feeling... I don't know. I'm feeling uncomfortable, but I also don't know why. When I'm playing Magic, I always feel like something's out to get me. I feel like I spend a lot of time just afraid of my own shadow. I'm gonna, like, stop casting spells, too, because I'm down to 10 minutes. It's a pretty good draw. Even if you're not paranoid, they still might be out to get you. That's true. Uh-oh. Are you out of basics, too? You are also out of basics. These are expensive Fields of Ruin now. Ten cards. Sure, whatever. Yeah, whatever. Is now the moment to attack? No. Yeah, I guess I'm never casting this Teferi. I feel like they know they've lost. They're just trying to run my clock down. But if that were true, then they probably would not be activating Castle. I don't know, maybe they would. Maybe they want to make me click as many times as possible. I do feel like it's important to keep activating those, though. Because I don't want them to go much wider than me and win that way. Yeah, you got it, buddy. Now I'm good. They haven't been activating, so because they don't have one, so we don't need to go any wider than this. Time on our clock is much more valuable than the 1/1s now. Zorius Mirror Match. Yeah, this is Magic at its finest. Okay. What a game. That was a half-hour game one. 15 minutes from them, 20 minutes from me. Yeah, it was a 35-minute game one. Okay. We actually don't have a lot of tools here. Round 2 is almost always a lot faster than rounds 1, because like most of that time was spent with dead cards in our hand. How do I feel about Rest in Peace against them? It kind of hits both of us equally. Man. This is actually really tough. Like, we have way too many cards that are mostly dead that we can't take out. Is Lockdown better than Verdict? Because at least it hits the clue tokens. Maybe it is. Alright. Hand's great. Keep. So now, like, enemy number 1 is the clock. If we fall behind in this game, we might just, take our ball and go home. Try to win on the play in game 3. But the real goal here is just to go very fast and bleed their clock a little bit too. We want to find like Veto, that kind of thing. They didn't have Narset, that's good for us, obviously. That's a decent draw. Maybe we should have played Fountain Port. I don't have too much time to think here, unfortunately, so I'm gonna, like, these micro optimizations are things that I'm gonna miss. Actually, do I want both of these? I think I do. Don't have a planes. Not in play, anyway. So maybe I should have played the castle last turn. Or I should have played planes last turn instead of Fountain Port. Shit. How does this work? I want this because if they try to jam Teferi, then I want to be able to pressure it down. I guess the dream is if they, like, jam Memory Delusion to Test of Talents. They have their own Castle Ardenvale. This could be Hullbreaker Horror. kind of want them to cast it if they have it, so I'll tap out. Okay. Seven, they have three. If I Teferi and they veto, then that's sad. And that's almost certainly what they have. Thinking of flashing in Wandering Emperor there. While they only had one counter backup. Maybe that's what I should have done. This might get a Dovin's Veto out of them. 3 steps ahead, huh? Oh, that's really cute. I did not realize this was a thing. And if they fight over this, fantastic. Because now we get to jam Teferi. What's Teferi's jam? What's that song that's like 30 seconds of silence? Like 34 seconds or something? That would be Teferi's jam, I think. Should have floated the mana, but I'm so concerned about my clock situation. Like 6 minutes is not enough time to win game 3 if we go for it from here, and I think we're committed to going for it from here. Actually. Okay. I don't love this, obviously, because now we're shields down to Teferi, but they don't know that. Nope. That's what I get for reading chat. They kept that on top. Interesting. I actually really hate this, come to think of it. Yeah, that was a pretty significant mistake. Maybe it's not so bad. Because now I can blink the lockdown. Maybe I was supposed to counter the deduce there with the change the equation. Four minutes to win with Teferi. Yeah, I think this is another one we're going to lose on the clock. Am I winning? Yes on board, no on the clock. Yeah. Oops. Yeah, we're not going to win this in a million years. I guess if we find, like, Hullbreaker Horror exactly. Crazy they let that go. They didn't veto that. That's nuts. Am I going to stream on my own channel anymore or not? Probably not, realistically. Just because we're all kind of combining our efforts on this channel. So obviously this still works, right? Like the shark will still get in, but we get all the Dovid's vetoes out of the deck. Yeah, 1 minute. $50. Oh, that's so aggressive. Okay, sure. I don't even care about blinking the lockdown. I don't want to. Okay, just auto pass now. Look at that. 0 seconds left. Is there anything more on brand than winning the blue-white control mirror with no time left? Whew. Yeah, I'm recording this. This will get uploaded somewhere, I'm sure. I'm definitely going to post a link to that. That's nutty. Anyone wants to like make a clip of that too? That's insane. Oh. Oh man, hands are shaking. All right, I'm gonna leave that up on the screen for a second while I go take a washroom break and get a drink. But yeah, I'll be right back. Whew. A blue wizard wins precisely when they mean to. They sure do. Let's take a screenshot of this, too. I'm just going to post this in my DM so I don't lose it. Cool. Do I have clips disabled? I don't know. I don't handle most of the stuff for this channel. This was Nerd Girl's channel. And we're all kind of just living in it. So, okay. All right. Let's play a different deck. Let's, Jesus. Let's go play something that's not gonna, take that crazy amount of time. I don't think I have another blue-white control mirror in me right at this moment. If we queue into blue-white, then I'm just going to be incredibly sad. It won't let you make a clip? Okay. I know we were having some issues with, like, music in the past, so, like, maybe Nerd Girl just turned that off out of an abundance of caution. Whew. Still shaky. Okay, so if we're up against turn 1 Thoughtseize, is this hand keepable? No. But if we're up against turn 1 Thoughtseize, then mulliganing also isn't very good. So I guess we keep this. Sheffet Dunes. Does White Weenie live? What plays Sheffet Dunes? Angels, maybe? Heroic. This could be Heroic? Or, like, Boros Hate Bears? Voice of Victory does not do much to us. We don't care a ton about that. I mean, it does hit us for 3, but so do a lot of 2-drops. Okay. So we can Thespian Stage hold up Soul Partition. I guess we can't actually because they have Voice of Victory. So is it scrying? It might just be scrying for a cycle land. I think it kind of is. I guess if it's a Hate Bears deck, then there's some non-zero chance they just, like, untap, slam Buzz Crusher next turn. You played Blue-White for the first time Pioneer last year. You won the mirror 1-0-1 because you drew the Cat Lord and gained 16 life in a turn. Yeah, Paper Magic is weird. I don't know how I would feel about a rule where the judge can just adjudicate that the game is over. Like, in chess, the arbiter can come over and say, hey, you're not making a good faith effort to win the game. You're just trying to clock your opponent. And you just win if the arbiter makes that call. I think I'd be okay with something similar to that in Magic. All right, so opponent is probably just going to play the 3-drop that kills us next turn. So how does this work? We play Thespian Stage. Thespian Stage is 4 mana. Strings gets us to 6. Copy down to 3. Strings gets us up to 7, and then we pour from there. I think that works. It went to turns. Yeah, exactly, right? Like, I wouldn't be super upset if at the end of turns a judge is just like, you obviously have the win. This opponent is just the only reason they're continuing to play the game is because they think you can't win in the turns limit. Um, the whole point of turns is just to make sure that games don't run on forever. So, a judge making that call doesn't make games take any longer. Oh, that's a pretty good draw. So if I ball again back strings, that nets 1 mana. And that lets us Emergent Ultimatum with a blue floating. Okay, well, I should have turned off auto tap, because that's a terrible tap. And that totally defeats the purpose of what we were trying to do. That's fair, yeah. If the judge looks at the game and says, okay, this game is a draw because no one can win, then you still win because you won game 1. All right, so now we have no floating blue. So if I pour... I need to pour and strings so that we can continue to go off. If I pour strings Omniscience, if they give me strings and Omni, then I get to play Leer. I think that works. But also Petition, and if they give me Petition plus either of them, we're in good shape. It's probably slightly better. If we had blue floating, we would not have been forced to take both pour and strings, is the thing. Okay, so now let's just not rope out. Don't need full control anymore. Okay, cool. Alright, so against Boros tokens, or Boros Convoke, what do we want? Honestly, the strict proctors are really good. Soul partitions are probably pretty good. Hope we're having some good games. By my definition, we're undefeated today. We lost 1 to time when we were completely winning on board, and we just won a crazy blue-white mirror where I had 0 seconds on the clock for main phase 1 and combat and still won. Okay, so then what do we take out? Probably cut a Petition. We could just cut the combo and then just try to win with Zakama. If they're super aggressive, then that makes some sense. If I was playing on Magic Online, I would have lost. Yes, probably. I think this is what I'm going with. I'm not sure against Convoke if we're supposed to switch to this Gamma plan or not. That's pretty good. We don't have a Lotus Field is the problem. But this hand is so good. We'll keep it. There's so many ways to find Lotus Field in this deck. There's one. Proctor plus Lockdown, kind of a weird nombo, but... Oh, okay. That's irritating. I guess I'm just jamming Proctor. Like, if they don't kill it, great, it stuffs the Thalia. If they do kill it, great, then that makes Lockdown easier to cast. Oops. So this is probably like a Soul Partition Thalia, and then next turn, cast Archdruid's Charm kind of turn. It resolves immediately. That's good. Okay, so no stick. I'm going to get this resolved while I can. I don't want them drawing removal and then killing the Proctor in response. And now they can replay Thalia, and that's fine. If that's the best they got. I think we do it again. Same logic. And then next turn it's locked down into Pour. Three, 5, 7. And that ought to do it. Yep. Nice. Keep climbing. Oh, I got an achievement. I didn't even notice. What do we get? Draw 2,500 cards over any number of games. Pretty sure I've done that before. Okay. Okay, I'm ready to be heard again. Let's play another blue-white. Yeah, on the play, I think this is fine. No More Lies handles almost everything when we're on the play. Hmm. Okay. Swamp Moxamber? This is like a Rona combo, maybe? I mean, Lockdown just does such a good job against this, I don't feel like I need to No More Lies it. Yeah. Yeah, we just do this now. Letting them untap with Confidant seems not the best. Field of Ruin, convenient answer for Castle Lochthwain. Otawara looks sick with Herb Work in play. I don't think I've ever seen that before. That is fine. That's a pretty damn good exchange for us. I think that tap is correct. So next turn we get to Legend Rule the Mox Amber away with the Orion. I think I'm into that. Ooh, maybe not. I guess we chill. Yeah, let's lead with Omen, see if we can hit our land drop. We sure can. Both of these come in tapped. I think I want both. See if we can get them to commit more. I mean, they know the Orion's here, so they probably won't put much into temporary lockdown. Like they won't commit much that will get hit by the blinking of temporary lockdown, that is. Gix. Gix resolves. Maybe I was supposed to kill Gix in combat so they wouldn't be able to use the Mox Amber mana. Yeah, I think this is pretty good. Like, we get Lost the Gix, and then we Ori and Blink the Lockdown and hit their map tokens. Actually, if I Blink the Lockdown, then I just lose this Samurai. I guess, yeah, I guess I just leave them with the Mox Amber. Sure. I mean, this is like why black base mid range just feels so bad in like so many situations. Just like everything I've played has drawn me multiple cards, created multiple pieces of cardboard. Soon we're gonna field rune away this. Well, I guess maybe we're not now that they have the second castle. Yeah, whatever. Okay. So mono black. What do we want against mono black? Not just mono black though. Mono black Mox Amber, which makes me think they're up to something. Is it possible we just don't board at all? I think the change the equations are actually not great. Test of Talents. Yeah, I mean, they just had so much removal that game, and we didn't get to see them doing anything else. I guess a Lobster's a little better. I think one Farewell's more than enough. I guess Test. I don't think there's much to do here. Sideboard just is not equipped to... I guess one way to look at it is the sideboard is not equipped to deal with them, but the other way to look at it is just our main deck is basically perfect against them. There's not many cards that we're playing that I'm unhappy that we have in the deck right now. That sounds pretty good. I think it would be pretty ballsy for them to turn one Thoughtseize away the Omen, but maybe they do it. They take Get Lost. That's fascinating. I'm like toying with the idea of playing the Verge in case they play another Mox Amber, and then doing that, shocking in the Hollowed Fountain, and having both Veto and Omen up. And I kind of like it just because Omen, there's a chance that we're going to want to play Omen next turn anyway. This is like super suspicious, right? The fact that they know we have the Hollowed Fountain and didn't play it. Can also march away the Confidant and get rid of the Dovin's Veto, which is probably one of our weakest cards in the matchup, and I think I'm into it. Have I looked into pre-modern? I have had it recommended to me, but I've never played it. Bat. Maybe I was supposed to bottom both. Yeah, looking for a land. That's sloppy. That's me being too tired. Yeah, that's crappy. Yeah, that was really, really bad. Okay. Don't like hitting our own omen with this, but they have clearly nothing else going on. And if we draw on tap land, then Deluge fixes all of our problems. Okay. All right. I mean, this has been a. It's not been a Picasso. Gifted Etherborn is here. This sucks, but I kind of feel like we have to. Okay. So, what are our options here? We can. Lockdown kind of sucks, so it's down to Beza versus casting Deluge. I think Deluge is much better. Deluge makes sure we hit our land drop. It lets us get Teferi into play next turn and kind of snowball. Because they have their Teferi in play. We kind of need to get ours on board. Okay. I don't know how much it matters what else we take here. The Emperor seems difficult for them to beat. But, like, what do you take? Like, put yourself in our opponent's spot here. What did you... It's probably the Emperor, but if you do that, then I just get to jam Teferi next turn. Baze is also reasonable, I guess. Maybe Gix is a reason that I was supposed to take Supreme Verdict instead. So, casting Teferi here is definitely a thing you can do. But I think I prefer just getting Wandering Emperor into play. Like, we play Teferi plus. That's fine. Gix and Etherborn kill Teferi. We have another one. Yeah, this game would have just been absolutely over if I had bottomed both with that Omen ages ago. Take Teferi number 1. Do you have Teferi number 2? Kind of curious about the Mox Amber. Like, what's this for? Okay, so the point here is for Hive to exile Deluge. Oh, interesting. That's fascinating. What do we hit here? We can either hit the Hive and Stone Rain them, or we can hit the Gix. I think it's the Gix. Like, that takes away the Mox Amber mana. Means they won't draw cards off the Etherborn hitting us. And now we can Teferi plus untap Field of Ruin and be able to hit the Hive if they try to fire it up. Is there anything in my graveyard I don't want them to hit? Not really. Playing Cecil into temporary lockdown's a choice. Six mana, 7 mana, so it's lockdown. No. Yeah, I mean, it is lockdown, but... Then... Anchorage... So worth buying Yorion here? I think so. It's a lot of land. Okay. I guess this makes sense why they took Get Lost all the way back on turn, like, 2. That's pretty good. So this is 9 mana. We get to Emperor, Yorion, Emperor. Hold up. No more lies? I was wondering whether it was worth giving them the bat back so I could get my Omen. I think the answer is no. I think this is fine. I was wondering whether I wanted to get rid of the Thoughtseizes in their deck, and I think the answer is no. Hey, Mark doesn't tweet. that one we're gonna... Yeah, that's just weird sequencing, right? Just do that in the other way. Do that in the other order. Are we, like, forced to Teferi Tuck here? Maybe. That stinks, but I think we do have to. Wrapping up with the event, heading home soon? Cool. Cool. Oh yeah, that was the match too. We're still airball undefeated by my own definition. It's been a pretty good stream so far. Let's keep going. You went 306, so that means you got the collector booster, right? I think everyone who went to that event, if you 3-0'd, the grand prize was collector booster. And you opened nothing. So you get nothing. Well, we're up against Tim Debo here. Yeah. Alright. Don't Thoughtseize me, bro. Don't do it. Don't do it. Okay. Temporary lockdown pretty good. Obviously, we don't have any white lands in play yet, but their deck, the cat decks are usually pretty slow. They do have the Igra combo finish now that we have to be aware of. That's really good. Do we just have to have faith that that gets hit by temporary lockdown eventually and that they won't be able to use it? I think so. We could counter it, but I think it's too important to resolve this. Yikes. Three double white pip cards. No white lands in play. Shocking the Overgrown Tomb. That's a little scary. Sephiroth, what do you do? ETB, sack a creature. If you do, draw a card. Okay. So the cat's going to come back. They're going to... But they can't pay the mana to eat the food yet. Another creature dies. Target opponent gets drained for 1. Alright. Oh, that's sick, though. The Field of Ruin's going to give them the mana they need to eat the food. I don't like it. But I think we have to do it. I really hate it. But I think we can keep up with them on cards. We just need to not die. Okay. At least we have veto available. Interesting they didn't bring the cat back. Maybe they're worried about March exiling the cat. Still working my fancy Microsoft job. No, I haven't worked at Microsoft for quite a while, actually. I am working a day job, though. Yeah, there's Egra. At least Egra gets hit by change the equation. Yeah, you got it. Uh, I mean, I've been really busy, but I've been enjoying it. I think that has to be fine. Haven't spent a lot of time with Mark, if I'm honest with you. Do I hit the Darkboard pathway here? Nah. Shouldn't have tapped like that, by the way. It's a pretty crappy tap. You feel free to call him whatever you please. Oh, God. I was really hoping for a land there. Okay, so if I temporary lockdown, not much of consequence happens. If I Beza, that kind of stops the bleeding. Okay, so what happens if they have Egra? If they have Egra Cat, we're dead? Yeah, I think Egra Cat is not like a crazy thing for them to have. Another non-white land. Gross. But better than nothing. Trying to decide whether I think Sephiroth is good in this deck or not. Certainly seems to be doing a good job here dodging temporary lockdown. Oh, Eager costs 5. Oh, right. For some reason I thought Eager cost 4. Ugh. They have 6 cards in hand, so if we play Beza, we get a card. Otherwise, it's play to fairy, and I don't know what we're hoping for. Still dead to Eager plus cat, but... okay. Okay. I guess we'll start with Teferi. There might be a world where we're forced to march Igra. And these stumbles on mana have been, like, absolutely the difference in the game. Like, we've just been a little slow. They're considering bringing back the cat. Interesting. Without the second cat, nothing happens if they do that, so... I think it's pretty likely we're going to have to march the Igra and take our medicine here. Like, a lot of medicine. We have to pitch 2 cards to do it. Goose. Goose is fine. The real trick here is what happens if they go to kill Beza. Because if Beza dies, then I can't pay the ward cost. I guess it's true even if... Like, if I try to kill Igra here, they let the ward trigger go on the stack and then they kill Beza in response, then that's pretty sad. I found the second cat. Yeah, we just have to go for this now. And if they have a kill spell, then we're dead. Okay. That sucks, but could be worse. Looks like we're going to untap. These hives are a serious problem, though. What does this transform into? 5/5 flyer. Okay. Transforms into a problem. So if we draw untap land, it's a fairy plus. God, we are making this super awkward on ourselves. So 6 mana to fairy plus, we have effective 8 mana. We lock down, takes care of most of the board, and then we have Wandering Emperor to deal with Sephiroth. No. Oh, no, no. Shit. Ah, damn it. I meant to exile the Sephiroth. Okay. Well, now we lose. I found the line. Damn it. Okay. Maybe we can pull this out. But obviously that's going to make it a lot harder. So say we block Sephiroth here. Emperor stays on 2. Yorion, buy Yorion, go down to 4 mana. Can't blink the Emperor. Verdict is interesting. Farewell is very interesting. Okay. There is, of course, the chance that we're just dead. Okay. So we can either Wandering Emperor to gain 2, or we can Farewell, hold up March for the Hive, and then minus the Wandering Emperor, make a token instead. Or we can Wandering Emperor minus and then temporary lockdown. I don't think that achieves too much. They showed us Abrupt Decay as well. Also, Farewell has the bonus of getting rid of these cats for good. Alright. I don't love getting rid of these omens, but... Okay, so we take... Take 2 here. I think it's actually right to minus the Wandering Emperor and throw it away, because now we're in a spot. I felt like to turn the corner, we would need something in play to blink with Yorion. We have to wait for them to attack. Otherwise, they'll just use the mana to fire up the other Hive and we're dead. So we like have to Verdict here. We can't Verdict here. No, we can Verdict here. We Verdict, hold up Demo Field, and then and kill the Hive when they go to attack. We're probably playing for a world where we get to buy and play Yorion in the same turn next turn. And they don't have anything that's likely to have haste. And actually having one of our creatures in play for them to, like, kill might work against us somehow. Although we're at 1, everything works against us. Yeah, I mean, this is forced. And then if they have a cat, then we're screwed. Does it make sense to do this before it's a creature? I guess it does in the case where they have, like, exactly Deadly Dispute. Okay. If I buy and play Yorion, what happens? Then we're just dead to a creature. That works somewhat. It's weird. If I minus and they have Fatal Push, I'm dead. It's crazy. I think I'm supposed to plus. And then they like play a creature that isn't a cat. They attack. And then with the trigger on the stack, the damage trigger, we can Wandering Emperor. That's not good. Second Sephiroth. That wins. Yep. They might talk themselves into attacking first. Yeah. I was trying to find out if I was hoping there was a cute line where I could animate the anchorage and then sack and then eat it with the Wandering Emperor to gain life, but no, we're just dead. That was... Opponent played well. We didn't. Like, we stumbled hard out of the gate, and then there was that one punt with the wrong mode of Wandering Emperor. That game got away from us. Alright, so... Farewell and Rest in Peace seemed good. Mr. President, a second Sephiroth has hit the battlefield. Yeah, give this a shot. Yeah, that's tough. Alright, back against the wall. Tim Tebow is obviously a worthy opponent. What with his immense football and baseball skill, it makes sense that he'd also be a good Magic player. Okay. Maybe no creepy whispering. Man, we just cannot draw, mana. Can we keep this? Any land lets us fix our mana with Field of Ruin. I think this, like, these two cards in particular are just so good in the matchup that I think we have to keep. But obviously I'll be very sad if, like, they play turn 1 Thoughtseize and then we get stuck on land. And that's very likely. Like, there is some chance. I would say that's probably like a 20% chance to happen, like where they both have Thoughtseize and we whiff on land. I guess that's part of the problem with playing the Orient version of the deck. To be honest with you, I've never really liked the 80 card version versus the 60 card version. Although, just having more cards in the deck did win us that Azorius control mirror. Or maybe our opponents just had enough of our crap. Maybe we win this way. I'll take it. I guess while we're waiting for our opponent to come back and crush us, it's a good time to remind everyone to, uh, do what you're doing on your platforms for creators. Yeah, that's a thing. If you're watching this on YouTube, like the video, subscribe to the channel. It makes us happy. If you're watching this on Twitch, hello. We win. If you're watching this on Twitch, then yeah, obviously we're streaming every single day on this channel. It's usually not me, so don't let that discourage you. Usually it's someone from the rest of the team. But yeah, anything, any viewership, any subscriptions, any likes, all of that helps us a lot and doesn't really tend to cost the viewers anything. So yeah, that was well said. I was just very happy that we accidentally won that game. I think, given how much I bungled saying that speech, probably cooling it on blue-white control for now. All right, let's go back to standard. I want to play more standard Omni before it goes away. Do I happen to own an Ulamog? I'm sure I do. Like, between the three of our collections, 4 of our collections now, yeah, guaranteed one of us owns an Ulamog. Which one? Any of them. I think this is fine to keep. Okay, mono red. I think I'm into actually just cashing in this dispersal, given that we have the second one, rather than play the Fable Passage on white. Yeah, both of those are going in the bin. Yikes. Pulled an Ulamog from a Rise of the Eldrazi pack. How much is that going for these days? You mono red? Yep. Mono red indeed. Here's Manifold Mouse. Alright, we have to crack this first in case we want to surveil the land to the top. I hate bouncing the 1-drop, but it does just save so much life. Oh, man. So we certainly want this. The question is, do we want the Awakening now that we have an Omni in the bin? So we draw this next turn. The following turn, we will not have the 4th mana to cast this. I still think we keep both. Mono blue Omni? No, this is blue white Omni. Okay. So now I guess the plan here is what? I think it's got to be dig for land with Dragonstorm and then play Archaeologist. Swing and a miss. Well, that's probably the game. Maybe not. It's possible this card's a blank. No, there's no way. Yikes. Untap land and we probably still win. Temporary lockdown, maybe? Jesus. Certainly doing this the hard way. Now we're just dead. That was really rough. Just missed land way too many turns in a row. And I'm pretty sure that the only decision that we made was to keep the Abuela's Awakening on top, right? That was the only thing we could have realistically done differently. And we went so long without finding the land that... I guess if we had done that, we would have found the land 1 turn sooner. We would have had 4 mana on this turn, no Awakening, a random card. Would have played Archaeologist. Yeah, maybe. But, like, also we had 2 rips at, like, finding an untapped land and just winning on the spot. So I think it's tough to say which was better. Alright, so... Mono red, of course, of course. I think this is what we did before. No, it's not quite, right? Or on the play. I think I want the second No More Lies In more than the Spell Pierce, given that we're on the play. On the draw, maybe reverse this. Yeah, maybe the keep was bad too. I don't know. It's hard for me to remember what the opening 7 were. Okay. Keep this, I suppose. that's when we don't want to touch the board. We were pretty much priced into countering anything they did, so I'm kind of happy that it was a card we wanted to counter anyway. Interesting choice here. If we Dragonstorm first, it has the advantage of if we find a tap land. If we Dragonstorm second, like if we play Wastes first and then Dragonstorm, then we have Forest Dispersal up. And I think that's good because that means we can find the untapped land, play Beza. Yeah. Oh no, we can't. Shit. Yeah, I did bungle that. And we found it. Oh man, what a mess. So this turn is going to be basically stock up plus archive. Yeah. Sure. So we take a Forest Dispersal here, and then next turn, if we have untapped land, then that lets us Beza plus Dispersal, which seems really good. Suppose we can also just play Island here. Their most likely play is Nemesis again. We get to bounce it. And then if we put an Omni in the bin off of Dispersal, then we just get to cast Awakening. Maybe that's a little better. Sure. I mean, this is like totally face up, right? But I guess if we... There's also a chance that we play the Archive next turn and spike Omni. That'd be kind of cool. Or we play Verge, play Beza. And that draws us a card. Draws us a card and gains us life. And if that card is exactly Ifara's Dispersal, then we like that. But it's two. We already have two of them. So let's just play the Archive. I wonder about this. Like, this is maybe Burst Lightning? Because if it was Monstrous Rage, they surely would have played it when we were tapped out last turn. So this is probably Nemesis, Swing, we block Swift Spear. Oh dear. Interesting. So no Nemesis here, which means that the temporary lockdown actually hits all of this. It's Rage and they're slow rallying it. Yeah, I mean, that seems... The way they're attacking here, that makes a lot of sense. So if it is Rage, then this is 10, 12 damage coming at me. Yeah, I mean, we just gotta get it out of him. And then we get to lock down. If they play Nemesis, we have Get Lost available for that. Okay, I mean, that's also not the worst, right? Still think I prefer this. I guess doing this means that I don't get to bounce the Dragon Storm when I play this, but... Okay. Yeah, I can't give that back to them. Alright. Maybe I was supposed to think about casting it as an instant and then trying to put Omni in play, but, like, even if we find Omni, it doesn't do anything. I think we're supposed to start attacking. No cards in hand, there's not a ton they can do. I guess, like, Manifold Mouse Offspring would be bad news for us. Okay. That was an awkward game. Now these No More Lies don't seem as good. But I think that's the only change I want to make. Yeah. It's a bit of a mystery box, but turn one removal is nice. Hammy says bark. Tanking forever there, and then playing basic island more or less screams that we have this. What does next turn look like? Next turn's going to be Get Lost. We won't get to do anything differently until turn 3. I think I'm going to get rid of the Dragonstorm and keep the Beza. Hello. We are playing Constructed.
I went 3-0 and sealed and got a collector booster.
Oh, I thought you said you opened it.
Nope. I was going to open it with you guys.
Okay. Well, we are trying to beat Mono Red.
If I get a chicken, I'm going to cry.
I could go for some chicken.
Okay. Steal the screen. Lightning magic. I'm going to cry if I open something good.
You've had terrible luck this set for the most part.
Okay, last uncommon. Oh, it's a foil alternate art. This should be the basic land. Okay, I would like a chicken. Any color. Foil Cerberus.
Just so you know, we are undefeated so far today. And if we lose as soon as you walk in the room, I'm going to blame you.
A Waka Traveling Merchant. Oh, I got an Ultima, not foil, but I think this is an alternate art. I'm not sure.
I'm going to use a lot of that.
Ultima?
Mm-hmm.
Destroy all artifacts and creatures until end of turn.
No. It's destroy all artifacts and creatures. End the turn.
Also, this is supposed to be like this, I think. I think you're supposed to target that.
I think it's an Omnimic, right?
Ooh. Celeste Rune Knight. Commander card. Aww. A Wall of Omens. Alright, last card. Oh. A Surge Foil Tifa Lockhart.
Nice. And you can see through it, too.
She's green. Alright. I got my first Surge Foil. And Ultima's kind of cool. Man. No chickens. A casual $120 card? Is Tifa that much?
Oh dear, that's not good.
Oh, seriously? Sick. Cool. Well, at least it wasn't a complete bummer then. She's the Surge Foil. Tifa Lockhart.
I like the Surge Foil treatment. Like, it's interesting. Like, I like how subtle it is.
Sleeve it? I will. 121 is the cheapest Surge Foil on TCG Player. Sweet. Okay, well, it wasn't a bust. I tried. No chickens. Don't lose.
I don't think we're going to untap, guys. Oh, we did draw the dispersal. All right. There's hope yet. I think we did it. Okay, so dispersal the Heartfire hero back to hand. We can chump the Nemesis if we want. I don't think it's necessary. Let's start here, see what we hit. See what we're drawing next turn. Yeah, that just wins on the spot, right? Yeah, so now we take 5. Cool. Yeah, I definitely need like the Colbert, like the Tonight Show kind of thing where I have the band in the background. And the other thing is we've once again taken out our single turn win con. So what are we trying to fill our hand with? Lockdown would be good. No get losts left. We want dispersal. Shit. Oh no. I should have bounced the other region. I was thinking too hard. Okay. Well, now we got to find another one or bounce our own regent with the dispersal, which kind of stinks. Oh no. All right. What are our targets for abuelos? A dragon storm? Sure. I think I actually want that in the bin. Probably doesn't matter much. $20 cards in library. I guess we want to find these spell pierces too. And actually, Philology Archaeologist can be good to block the Screaming Nemesis. Just don't want it to be the bottom card. Do we know where it is? I guess I'll take a couple more pulls at finding the Archaeologist, because I really do think it increases our win percentage a little bit. There he is. So that'll mill 3. So that'll have to be where we end it. Now I just want to make sure we actually manage to kill. Oh no, I shouldn't have declined. The whole point of this was to make sure it didn't get a counter on it. I was just trying to save time, but yeah, no, this having a counter on it to block the Nemesis is actually relevant. Yeah. All right. Undefeated so far. And all it took was for Nerd Girl to leave. Things started looking real bad when she came in. She opened a $120 card, rubbed it in our faces, and then she left. And then we started winning again. I'm going to make one last washroom break, and then I will be back to finish it out. All right. We did it. We're back. Okay. Hey, Vengeful, how are you doing? What do I want to play? I kind of want to give this VV Lotus deck another go. I feel like I didn't really get to put it through its paces. We're so back, that's right. All right. That's an easy mulligan decision. Keep that pitch second Lotus Field. Kellen. That's interesting. So do we deploy the expedition map on one? I don't think so. So do we jam Artist Talent? Green-white probably has some decent answers for that. Yeah, I'm just going to play the map and play the tap steam vents. It's like it's the line that makes us take the least amount of damage. And I feel like the green-white decks are probably not going to put a ton of pressure on us, but enough that taking 2 extra might swing the game. Enduring Innocence, sure. Now what? Alright, I'm just going to crack the map, find a Thespian stage, and then play the field. There are some Borks. That's true. Okay, I was going to say Coco when they shocked this in, but instead it's just cracking the map. Glad they binned the apparition, because that's a convenient answer for them to the artist talent. That's interesting. Do you name stage? They do name stage. Unless they're mana abilities. So we can still stage, cycle, vizier, and copy. And I think we do that before they're able to untap with Beseiju. We are very talented. Glad we didn't deploy the artist talent, because that Skyclave apparition would have been painful. And now I think we're kind of off to the races here. Oh, they could have the Aven Interrupter. Yeah. Okay, well, all of a sudden, yeah, that went much worse. Yeah, green-white hate bears, if that's what this is much worse for us than just green-white value. And it looks like that's what we're up against. Castlevania music. I've just had I've had video game music playing the whole stream. Not just Castlevania, just everything. I think these digs are not good. Flood Maw is almost certainly very good against them, at least their game 2 configuration. Vivi again doesn't seem very good in this matchup. All right. This, like, I know I was saying before that Dimir was the Nello matchup. Dimir actually exists as a deck. Like, green-white hate bears is the actual Nutlo. If you want to beat Lotus, you play that deck. Sure. If we draw untapped land, then we can crack the map. If we don't, then we just sleight of hand play Valakut Awakening tapped. Anonymous Gifter, thank you very much for 10 subs. Say thank you, everyone, if you've got a gifted sub from someone who is anonymous. Okay, Llanowar Elves. Yeah, thank you very much. We appreciate it. We have a streamathon coming up. We're planning on putting an awful lot of work into this channel, so it's nice to know that it's appreciated. Thank you. I'm a little afraid. Stage, crack it for Otawara? Is that insane? Seems insane. Are you joining me?
Yes.
Excellent. Because we're losing. And now I'll have someone to blame. Like when you came in to open that pack, we were in like dire straits and it was getting worse and worse the longer you stood around. And then when you left, we just ripped exactly what we needed to win.
So you're saying I'm bad luck?
Yes.
I don't know about that. Hi. Joe, Veggie, Bobby, and Mauld all stayed at the studio. Or at not the studio. They all stayed at the game store. So I came back to bring all the stuff back because we had a little table. And then I thought I would come hang out with you guys. Did you mess with the green screen settings?
A little.
I mean, you look better except for this. But you're also wearing a green shirt.
Yeah, it's gotten worse as the daylight has gotten less too.
It looks better than anything I was able to figure out.
All right, what do we want to do here?
Yeah, your green screen is so much better than my green screen.
It's your green screen.
But you fixed it.
Well, I mean, that's just, talent.
Chat, Airball's mean to me. I like streaming with Joe better. Joe's nice to me.
Are they really? That doesn't sound like Joe to me. Oh my god. This is like if you don't want to win ever, except against Lotus Field, this is the deck you play.
So, chat, how's it been going? Whoever anonymously gifted a sub, thank you.
Not just one sub, 10 subs.
What?
Yeah.
Wow, you're more popular of a streamer than I am.
Yeah.
You gotta stream more.
Okay. What did they name? Stage. Awkward.
Schultz and Manatee are here.
Oh no.
And so after the stream, we're gonna go have margaritas.
Where?
At the margarita place.
Nice.
At the place that they will give us margaritas.
There are a few different places that give margaritas. Oh my god, stop it. Okay. I'm like constructing these lines in my head and I'm like, everything is very, very close to working, but not quite.
Mark doesn't tweet. I heard about the Pride partner thing. They didn't have it going on at Mox today, but it sounded interesting. Apparently, for Pride, there's like a special event. You could have any two commanders have partner to celebrate Pride. So like two girl commanders or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
And you can give things partner that don't normally have partner, and that seems crazy. Scrippy was talking about playing. Deadpool and Wolverine.
That's pretty sick.
I mean, that's just accurate, right?
You have Aven Interrupter as well? Jesus Christ. Oh my god.
You are not doing so good.
We are literally undefeated.
If I leave, do you think you'll win?
At this point, no, I think you've done too much damage.
No.
Becomes plotted. Okay.
I did not open an alternate art VV. I did not open a Ragavan.
Four, 6. Bounce Interrupter. Down to 2.
Oh, sick. Target player, you won an RCQ today? Congratulations. Thank you for the bits.
Hey, target player. I think we're hosed.
I was thinking about finding out if there was any limited RCQs around to see if I could maybe qualify.
Okay.
So you're not dead on board. Bounce the token, right?
If these get replayed, it's over. We need to find like hidden strings almost exactly here. Two, 5, 2, 6, 8, 9. Replay those and I'm dead. Yeah. Not quite. If we found strings there, I think we were gonna make it.
I jinxed it.
Alright, so they're gonna replay both Peacekeepers. And if they don't, then that's really bad news, because that means they have interrupters instead. So I assume they name stage with one of them. And then they probably name Volokut with the other. And I guess if we find like exactly Anger of the Gods off the top, then we probably win the game. Hate Bears, yeah, that's what I was saying earlier. Like this is the deck that you play if you want to lose, except against Lotus. Like it's really bad. But, you know, taxes are really good against the Lotus decks. Okay, they did exactly what we expected.
So you could pour. That would maybe help find it.
Yeah. I'm wondering, there's no... I assume they named Thespian Stage, right? No, they named Volokut Awakening with both of them?
It has to be something in your hand, right?
No. I mean, literally any card name. Alright, so now we have 6 mana. so close. It's so close. Found it.
Do we win?
I don't know if we win.
But we get to cast it and kill all their stuff?
Get to cast it and kill all their stuff.
Great. That's a good start.
I'm wondering if it makes sense to consider first if we find strings.
Just kill their stuff.
I think it does. I think if we find strings, though, we get to kill their stuff and have 2 lotuses next turn.
Okay. Yeah, the decked out event went really, really well. We just about sold out. We actually did sell out, but I think we had like 2 no-shows and someone got a refund. So we ended up being 58 out of 60. Some other creators came. Maldhound, Z-Main character, Bobby Christine, myself, Joe Cherries, and Christian, who does Lore with Eggs. Yeah, it was great.
They have Coco. Or even Interrupter.
I went 3-0. Schultz also went 3-0. We got 7 play boosters and a collector booster each of Final Fantasy. There was raffles. There was creator bounties. If you beat one of the creators, you got one of the promo foil reliquary towers. We did $400 for Extra Life. We raised. Nerd Mom came and sat at a little table. We sold a couple playmats and raised money for charity. There was 5 of us in the 2-0 bracket, and only Schultz and I got there for 3-0.
No. Oh, it's...
What?
Well, now we're dead.
Why?
Because they get to put 2+1/+1 counters on this and swing at us for 7.
It doesn't have haste.
It's on our end step, because they have fucking Coco.
Ah. Oops.
Man, we were so... Oh my god. Oh, that's some shit.
Pair down lost? No, nobody was paired down. There were 5 of us. Me, Joe, Maldhound, Schultz, and maybe it was just 4 of us that were 2-0. I thought it was 5. Oh, Manatee maybe? I don't remember. But anyway, 2 of us, me and Schultz, got the 3-0.
Manatee went 2-0?
I don't remember.
Thank you, Tuscan Fury, for the bits.
Wow, have a marg or partial, not sure of the price, on me. Thank you so much. That's huge. Yeah, we're probably going to the happy hour one, so that's definitely a happy hour mark for sure. This place is a little swanky, but their happy hours are quite good. That's awesome. Thank you so much. That's a lot of bits. Also, I didn't really get to tell you guys about it too much because we're still working out the details, but starting on Friday, 4th of July, we're going to start a stream/subathon. We will be live for 48 hours straight, and every cheer, gifted sub, donation will add time to the timer, and all of the funds that we raise will go towards moving studios. So if that's a thing you guys are interested in, that would be a really, really good time to support the channel and the whole team. Oh, Vivi! I love Vivi!
I'm playing this deck not because I think it's good to have Vivi, but because I think it's fun to have Vivi.
I love Vivi. I'm glad you put it in. So yeah, we'll be live 24 hours. There's going to be, or 48 hours minimum.
I think he's got to go, though.
Assuming that we get 0 support, then yeah, we'll be live for the full 48. My deck was solid. I ended up not playing any of the rares that I opened. I opened really good black red rares. I wouldn't say bombs, but they were solid, all very good. And I opened a nice suite of black removal. I had one Overkill, I had one of the Veins -2/2, and I had one Sephiroth's whatever. So I had the suite of the 3 black removal spells. The limited players know what I'm saying.
No, it's just I'm imagining a card that actually is just Sephiroth's whatever. R&D just phoned it in at the end of the set.
And then the rares I had was like the 4/4 that gives -2/2 to the board except for his best friend. So like kind of a commander card, but fine. It was a, you know, a solid playable rare. I got I had the 2/2 pirate for 3 that when you deal combat damage you get to take a card off the top. Someone in the top 8 opened a foil Sephiroth, yeah. Joe opened a Sephiroth, and then Christian, Joe's partner, opened a Sephiroth in their prize packs. So they got 2 Sephiroths today. And during pre-release, in the pre-release packs, both of them opened a Vivi. Like, what the hell? That's crazy. Yeah, HD, it was Van. And I think there was a couple other rares in there too. I just didn't see them. And even the -2/2 guy, I didn't play. Like, I didn't play any rares. I just had a nice curve out. I had double Marlborough on the top. So it was fine. It was like a pre-release. Like, a lot of the people were pretty new. So I felt like the competition wasn't particularly stiff.
Yeah, I mean, with Veggie and Joe and all them there, yeah, it's like a cakewalk.
Oh, John, one of my old roommates was there. He was the 5th. That was 2-0 as well. And I think he did get there. So I do. I think 3 out of the 5 of us 3-0'd that were 2-0. And you guys just saw my pack. I got the Surge Foil alternate art Tifa Lockhart. So I got a $120 card.
Are you going to cast the expedition map? Do it. Do it. Yep. You got it. Enjoy. That's for you.
Tuscan, that was awesome. Thank you so much for the cheer. I really appreciate that.
I don't think we can die. Unless they have, like, Valgavoth in the deck exactly on top, I don't think we can die. And I don't think these decks run Valgavoth. Swamp, not quite Valgavoth.
Hey, Archon. A bunch of people really missed you. A couple people asked me to have you sign some stuff. Community members that were there. Big Daddy Magic, Zippy D,
No one else.
Matty Cakes. Oh. I'm just blanking. My brain's a little... I did not get coffee. I did not get second coffee today.
Neither did I.
First coffee is to not die. Second coffee is to function. And even when I walked into the store, they made us throw out our coffee.
They took Wish? Oh no. That means they have, like, Thoughtseize or something?
Or they don't know how your deck works.
That could be. I mean, they're in Diamond. They probably should know how it works. I guess Wish for Anger of the Gods was pretty powerful there. Okay. Here we go.
What does hosting an event mean? It means that we were there and we did special events and raffles and giveaways, and most of the people who were there to meet and greet us. So there were bounties on our heads. So it's just like a specialty event where you get to interact with the creators. It's not just a pre-release with a judge.
That's what we were looking for. Beautiful. Definitely want Lear. I think I maybe just don't need the second artist talent to win. There we go. Magic is great. They have 1 open mana. That's not enough to kill Lear in this format. Oh shit. I declined to untap the Lotus Field because I wasn't thinking. It's been a long day.
Uh-oh.
It's fine. We're like definitely far enough ahead that that's okay, but...
So you should have an extra 3 mana here.
Yep. And it's okay again. We are drowning in mana. It's fine. But...
we're not 100% sure if the whole team is going to Atlanta. I know Veggie Wagon is. Veggie, I believe, got a contract to go. So we'll 100% be going to the show. However, the rest of us, it's going to depend. We have to move studios, so we're doing the streamathon this week to sort of help try to, you know, earn the funds to make that move. And then the next goal that we would have would be for Atlanta. But things are looking okay. We actually had an editor offer to edit an episode for us for free, which really helped a lot. So that sort of put the team in a much better position to be able to go to Atlanta. I'll be sad if you can't make Amsterdam next year. I personally am going to try to make Amsterdam work. Regardless of whether or not Decked Out does, I'm going to try. I have family in Holland. My mom would really like to go. She wanted to go last year, but we couldn't make it work. So now that we know far enough in advance, I'm going to try really hard to get it so me and Nerd Mom can go. I'm going to start doing some whatnot streams and things and try to make it work.
It does sound like a lot of fun. Okay.
They got tired of watching you play with yourself.
Mm-hmm. This is exactly what I look like when I'm playing with myself. See? It's like a rain dance.
Sounds messy.
Disciple of the drowned. I'll leave you to figure out in what.
Ew. I'm so glad Vivi's in the deck. He's so cute.
Yeah, I think he's pretty bad in all of the matchups we've run into so far, but I am a fan.
I would, if I have to choose between Amsterdam and Atlanta, I'll probably not go to Atlanta. I'm going to try really hard to make both work. I think what's going to happen is the team will scrounge up enough after the studio move to make it to Atlanta, and then my goal is to sell off a bunch of stuff and try to earn the money to take Nerd Mom to Amsterdam.
And bring her back, right?
I mean, maybe.
I'm sure she's on the edge of her seat about that one.
I don't know. She might like to stay in Amsterdam. Like I said, we've got family there.
We did get to go to Amsterdam last year. Last year? Last year.
Yeah, yeah. The whole decked out team, minus Joe Cherries, who wasn't on the team yet, all went to Amsterdam last year.
Didn't Joe also go? Just
No.
not with us? No? Okay.
We had two sponsors. Ultimate Guard helped us, and we also had another content creator sponsor and help us get out there as well. So that was amazing. 100% would love to try to make that happen again. Texan, thank you. 51 months of support. You're amazing. Thank you. You've been streaming all day to a pretty high viewership.
Yeah, I mean, this is... Yeah, everyone wants to see constructed gameplay. What can I say?
Nice. You have to do more of it.
This is a little tricky. God. I think this is insane. I think I play this on red.
For anger?
Yeah.
I don't think that's insane. I think that makes a lot of sense.
You almost never play these pathways on red in the deck. It's almost always blue, but like they mulled to 5. Shit. That was a very good hit for them. And now we kind of wish we had blue mana in play. Now we really, really wish we had blue mana in play. Okay, so we can play Thespian Stage and level up talent, but that doesn't solve the problem of blue mana. It would mean next turn we could play Lotus Field Copy and have a leveled up talent. However, I think it's just Lotus Field and Sad. I keep moving cons around to make things different year after year. Yeah, I mean, I'm hopeful that they'll keep going to Amsterdam. I don't know that I'll go, both for like, cost reasons, and also international travel is not the best these days for non-citizens. But yeah.
Yeah, so unfortunately, I think even if Decked Out does go, you probably will not.
Yeah, I think that's right.
So Airball is going to be the elusive one this year. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I think I would also not want to leave if I was not a citizen. Yeah, Airball will be on hammy duty, and yes, Titanium Texan, he is Canadian. And you've been here for how many years?
In the States, I've been here since 2010.
2010, so yeah, 15 years.
Yep.
And have a green card.
Yes. We're doing it. We're like slowly but surely grinding.
It just looks like you cycle a bunch of cards and then die.
Hey, they died. But yes.
Because they gave up.
Yeah. Yeah, it's like, look at how long I can keep the arena rope going. Oh, hello.
Can you bounce and get anger back?
I can. I don't know that it's the right thing to do, but...
Aggravation is a legit win con, I know. That's how I feel every time I play against Veggie. I'm like, all right, I'm bored of what you're doing. You can win now.
As a green player, I am illiterate. Maldhound approves.
Oh, goodness.
So if I anger here, they replay bat, and they get to eat Lear. I think we start with Lear. No, don't tap like that. Ah. I wanted blue.
Oops. You can play your other talent.
Don't want to. Of course. If we had blue, everything would have been great. Now they get to play bat. They get Anger of the Gods back. Oh my god. That might be the worst I've ever been auto-tapped.
It makes sense. You had all red cards in your hand. So I think the client defaults to help you cast the things that are in hand.
It makes perfect sense why the client tapped like that. Just no human would ever do that.
Don't underestimate my ability to mess things up. I'm quite good at it.
Okay, so we're dead to a 4-drop on top. Three drop.
You're still good.
Okay.
You got to hit something really good.
Like really, really, really good. Like pour over the pages, stock up kind of good. Maybe I should have held full control. That just doesn't do enough. Hello.
Hello, Diggy.
Do I want to discard consider? What am I trying to find? I need like strings and pour. I think this consider actually will go. VV. There's strings. I guess strings vizier is what we have to do. And now we can cycle. Floodmaw, bouncing bat, kind of comes close to winning the game. Oh, that's quite good.
You found it.
I mean, we found enough to, like, fill up the tank again. We just need to actually close it out from here. Anger doesn't do it anymore, unfortunately, because of the 4 toughness. There's Wish. They have a Mutavault in play. No way to kill Vivi. So I have 6 mana. This is 11 mana, which lets us VV. Wish for VV, cast VV. That's 5 mana down to 6, which lets us pour. Great. Although, yeah, we have no Lear anymore, so we need to be a little careful. Alright.
Draft is way better.
Do you get puzzles like this in draft?
Yeah. And the puzzles aren't set every single time. They're new puzzles.
Mom's a new puzzle. Let's tap correctly.
So now you try to cast 9 spells.
Less, but yes. Because we can level this up to chapter 3, and then it'll deal 2 per spell, or 3 per spell.
Sweet.
Yeah, I think I need to do this first, though.
Why?
Because there's a chance that we fizzle out of mana.
I wouldn't have gotten rid of that. That's a thing that triggers Vivi.
It is the thing that triggers Vivi, but we win as long as we find, like, another pour. So the deeper we go into the deck, I think the better.
Okay.
Now we can do this.
Three damage. That's craziness.
Mm-hmm.
And now they're dead?
Oh, yeah. They don't know it, but yes.
Pew, 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 pew. Wow. You did it.
I did.
So you've lost 1 match today?
Oh, that was game 2. Sick. I've lost 1 match today. Been streaming for almost 6 hours.
How many different decks did you play?
Let's see. We played 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We played 5 different decks today.
Okay, that's pretty high.
Mm-hmm.
What was your favorite of the bunch?
Oh, it's got to be, well, favorite deck, I don't know. But we had, my favorite game of the day was the blue-white control mirror we played. I sent you a screenshot of it.
I saw a screenshot of cards and then I didn't understand what it was.
Yeah, here, I'll show you. So this was game 2.
Mm-hmm.
We end up winning 2-0. We have no time on the clock.
Oh my god, no time?
From main phase 1, this turn, it was reading 0-0.
How did you get into combat?
If you shift and then click the button here, it says it's like F6 and Miko. There's no priority at all. So that's just what I did. I knew that there was going to be like random bullshit to try to make me take an extra second. Yeah.
And then it let you go into combat at 0?
Yeah. It's recorded. We're that was the game of the day for sure.
Huh.
We won game 1 by decking them. And we won game 2 with damage. What do you think? Is it time for margaritas?
I think it's margarita time.
All right.
I think everybody is starting to get here to the house and everybody is quite famished.
Okay. Then I guess that's where we're going to leave it. Thank you guys so much for hanging out with me all day when no one else wanted to and everyone else went to Mox and left me alone.
We didn't like him. He smells.
No. And, all I had was Hammy and Guinevere. And, eventually you start talking to them enough and you go crazy.
Yep. Tomorrow, guys, you guys will have Veggie is going to be doing a full stream for you guys. We got a new capture card, so I think Veggie is going to try out some, like, Smash and some other fun variety-y things for you. And then as I mentioned earlier, we are starting a stream-a-thon on Friday. So Friday, Saturday, we'll be streaming 48 hours nonstop. We'll be taking it in shifts. And then every sub, gifted sub, donation, bits, all of those things will add time to the timer. And all of that is to help raise money for a new studio. We're going to be moving studios at the end of July. So if you guys would like to be a part of that, there's going to be some giveaways and some fun stuff, some whipped cream pies to the face. Airball
Is that a euphemism?
No, it's not a euphemism.
Oh.
We're actually on the same team. So it's in teams. And we did that because of, like, you will be streaming probably the least number of hours. So it didn't make sense for us all to be individually doing it. So gifted subs specifically, the winning team gets to pie the losing team in the face. So we will need some gifted subs, you and I. And so someone already gave you 10.
I know, and they didn't count.
They did. Well, they will count. They would have counted on Friday.
Yeah.
So
in other words, they didn't count.
We just can't let Veggie and Joe beat us.
I think maybe what we should do is we should find some way to turn off subs without them knowing.
So it's just not a clickable option.
Mm-hmm. Yep. No, or like they try to sub to the channel and it actually takes $5 away from Veggie.
I like this. So anyway, if you guys would like, it starts at noon on Friday, and we will be going again, like I said, 48 hours nonstop. We're going to be taking it in shifts, playing a bunch of games. Is that not how you say it?
No, good.
What?
No. I mean, we're going to take it in shifts until the end, and there'll be cream pie in the face.
Well, the whipped cream pies are going to be at the end of the first weekend, so probably like Sunday night or something. But anyway, yes, I don't know. I think Airball's being dirty. So I hope you guys will come check it out. Veggie will be here all day tomorrow. We're still going to stream every day until we start on Friday. But yeah, that's when you guys really should come and hang out and be a part of the show. All right, I love you guys. Bye.
Later.